All right, we are here. We are live. We are back. The Elite Podcast. You know, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Big Bro Pang, Sis, Des, what good?
They are, man.
Hey, yeah, man, I just
Um,
cool in, you know what I mean?
yeah, I was looking forward to this episode.
Yeah. I know Lagalo looking forward to this episode because she hit me up from the beginning. I said, when you get Bow on, make sure you get me on. And I forget. She had to remind me. So, you know, it's all love,
Well,
man. It's all love.
Bo, Zoro, and somebody else. Every time we do an interview before we had Zoro, everybody used to say, make sure I get Bo on, make sure I get Zoro on, make sure like those names will just constantly come in. So we definitely had to get both. We didn't want to make both fuss, and we wanted to get he all the way on the back end either. Just had to mix it in the middle there because Bo is somebody that touch everybody. So we definitely had to do it in somewhere in the middle. But I hope everybody enjoyed their time off and enjoying their 3 day weekend or 4 day weekend. How do you call it? 3 day or 4 day?
I don't even know, my son.
Oh,
Because
Well, I don't have to work tomorrow. I don't know if I
Well,
have to work tomorrow.
I might
I got
take
work
off.
tomorrow.
I might take off. Tomorrow's my birthday, so yeah.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Columbus Day.
Columbus Day.
Oh, fuck, Columbus Day, man. who? I don't even know who that be.
Somebody that ain't discovered Jack. Some famous person that ain't discovered Jack.
Yeah, I feel you, my son. Shout out to all the viewers that tuning in. Shout out to everybody. Everybody, good afternoon, good evening. You know, big up to everybody. Yeah, man. So, oh yeah, shout out to Tegan. Hopefully his back feel better. You know that's a serious injury. So I don't know what Tegan to be trying to do and stuff like that, but he to chill out and relax. He tried to
Yeah.
be Superman or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
He probably in the bedroom doing something he ain't got no business
Oh
doing.
God.
He must be running to the glass.
Oh man.
Hey, I tell this man stay away from them dominatrix and stuff like that, you know, Tegan. You know, Kama Sutra and all them thing you trying to do. Stay away from all of that. You know,
Thank you, Carrie.
anybody under 18, cover your ears. You saw Walangalo?
Huh?
So
No, I thought you had said something.
she did.
Carrie
Carrie
Ann
Ann,
wishing me happy birthday.
right.
All the
Oh,
birthday.
today's your birthday?
No, tomorrow.
She said. You ain't listening.
Oh,
man,
okay.
but she just said that like 2 minutes ago.
My bad.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
So Mumbai, like let me just touch base on a little bit, just on in case somebody here that didn't know why we were missing for the last two episodes, the last Wednesday and last Sunday.
Yeah, so we was missing, G-Nick's funeral was on Wednesday, so we pretty much took, you could say like almost like 10 days, 11 days,
About 10.
Yeah, about 10, so just out of respect of G-Nick's, I had to travel home to attend the funeral as well too, so his funeral was good, he had a good send-off, it was good to see a lot of former players, and then just a lot of the different people that he impacted as well, and his family and stuff like that. So we took some time off, and we were still doing work, just lining up some of the next future guests coming on as well too, so that's why we was pretty much off for that amount of time, so it felt kind of weird not doing it for those, that past Sunday and the Wednesday.
It did. It honestly did.
Yeah.
And I tried to just do something to occupy my time, but it definitely I had to look forward to this every Sunday, every Wednesday, man. So it was weird being here in Sunday afternoon and just looking around, ain't got nothing to do.
Yeah.
But rest.
Hey,
And
so
that's
you need that.
Good.
Yeah, that's go ahead, Langi.
I was saying rest is always good. Sometimes you need that time to reflect on yourself and, forget about all the, outliers and stuff. So it was good that, y'all had some time off and reflect on Genix and stuff.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, so rest in peace of Genix.
Yeah.
I never had a chance to meet Genix, but just after this show alone, just hear nothing but good things about he and how much people that he touched. So I'm glad that he got good enough and the VI people turn out, you know what I mean, for one of our legend. Definitely one of our legend.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, it was good that we had the opportunity to, honor him, celebrate him as well. So, we kind of gave him his flowers,
While you were
towards the
here.
ending. So, yeah.
All right.
So that was good. I'm gonna go ahead and get these shout outs out the way real quick, and then we'll start on the previous episode that we had, which was Dr. Christine Kelly, and then we'll get into the man of the hour, the legend Bow. So real quick, these are just some of the local businesses from the VI people them that we always give shout out to. Make sure you guys, if you guys get a chance, go out and support people from the VI. So we got legends340.com. We got Savory Eats LLC based in Orlando by Sheena Fante. We got the Good Life Apparel. We got Andrea with Melting Pot Cooking Class, and that's our Instagram, Melting Pot Cooking Class. Also, meltingpotcookingclass.com. We got, I've been pronouncing this wrong, and nobody never correct me. So I don't understand why nobody never tell me this, but I used to say Sibone, and I think it's Sibone, Caribbean restaurant. But big out to our Metro Macintosh. I was able to go and get some food. I had the sweet and sour. It was a sweet and sour, yeah, sweet and sour snapper, which was good. Anybody back home, whenever you guys got a chance, go down west. Check out the restaurant. Support. She's doing a lot of good things with the youths them as well too. So hopefully we could have her on so she could kind of explain to everybody what she's doing. She's doing some amazing things. I had the chance to really speak to her and stuff like that. We went elementary school together, so I know her for a very long time. We got Apollo Legion. Also follow our Instagram, Island Destiny 340 Serenity Praise by Nikki. Big up to our Rico Canario. His website is www.lulu.com/spotlight/R Canario. He has a lot of books on VI history, so you guys go on and check that out as well. He's an author. He's a historian, so if you guys got time, check that out. We got Right Way Service Station located in Princess next to Avis. We got Paris Enterprise. Also follow our Facebook at Livewire Sports. Livewire Sports, follow our Facebook. I want to say they have Dr. Kelly coming on this Tuesday, 7 p.m. as well. We have big up to Chico, Next Level Up Printing. He printed a lot of good, nice shirts with Genix, and a lot of people was wearing them. So big up to Chico. We got OliviaDesire.com. Big up to Bubbles Promotion. Also follow on Facebook, Brino's Kitchen. We had a farmer guest, Mona Barnes, with the City of Refuge Worship Center, and that's on Facebook. Follow City of Refuge Worship Center, and they live stream every Sunday at 10 a.m. So if you guys get a chance, go out and check that out. Mona Barnes, she did an amazing job, with at Genix funeral as well too. So go out and support Mona and big her up. I always, if you guys know her, I always call in and check up on her because she had some tough losses the last 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks. One of her former teammates passed away too, and stuff. So if you guys get a chance, I always look out for her and check up on her, and then the VI Legends, that's on YouTube, our YouTube channel, v.i.legends. So you guys always go and check out the previous episodes, and we are live streaming right now to YouTube as well. So you guys can always check out Bow, as we will be celebrating him today. So we good. Everybody, Pang, you look like you frozen. Yeah, Pang, you frozen.
Yeah, he froze.
Yeah. So if you,
I'm
all right,
no.
so you good now. Yeah, you good. Yeah. So, all right. So we had Dr. Kelly, Christine Kelly, previous episode 36. So I'll let you go ahead, Pang. You can start this one off.
Dr. Kelly kept us going. She kept the interview on a high. You could tell she was excited to share her story, which was a great story to share. She definitely came from we came from hard upbringings, and one thing that stand out to me is like the way how her mother dealt with her growing up. Her mother came from St. Lucia, moved to St. Croix, and she didn't make anything easy for her. You know what I mean? So she definitely deserving to be in the place that she had, because she had to work hard for it. And just seeing the stepping stones that, or the things that adversity and things that she had to accomplish, I was kind of glad that she was able to get to experience a little bit of public school, something she wanted to do from young, but mom's warning that demison. So it was definitely a good interview, and she get to put herself out there for people to get in touch with her, and just find out things that to how to get to where she's at. You know what I'm saying? How she get there, how what can people do to get there as well. And it was definitely a much needed interview, and great timing too.
Yeah, I had appreciated her interview as well. Love her passion. She's so passionate about things that's near and dear to her heart, and her drive. I mean, her drive to where she's at. Like she's at the top of her game right now, and that intrigued me a lot. And the fact that she it was a AD and is a senior women administrator in in the athletic in the sports administration world. She worked hard, she worked hard for everything she got. So I really enjoyed that interview myself. Just love her passion and everything about her. I'm definitely going to hit you up, Dr. Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, you guys hit everything, man. She was amazing. Like Langolo said, her passion. She was very passionate. Pang talk about her upbringing. A lot of the challenges she had. So it was just amazing to hear her journey and hear where she came from. How she ended up at Central High School. A lot of her friends was in the chat and stuff. So it was just fun. It was refreshing to hear her story. She I don't know, she should have like some type of radio show or podcast or something, because she has like she has the energy, the passion, and just the voice and everything for it. I think it was amazing. So maybe one day we could do something crazy where we have I know Langalo work at a college. She works at a college. We have Karen as well. She work at a college. So hopefully maybe we could set something up where was that 4 people I named? 4 ladies I named? Or 3? I'm losing my mind to that, man. I it was 3, right? Yeah, it was 3. Yeah. So and anybody else, whoever working at a college, we could probably have you guys come on and you guys kind of educate the public, educate the high schoolers, and educate the parents and stuff like that about how it works getting into college and stuff like that, etc. So that'd be good. I think that'd be pretty cool. So hopefully we could set something out like that. So everybody, I apologize all over the place to them, man. I blame it on the long vacation I had not been on. So, but no, we here, episode 37. The legendary basketball player, legendary coach, legendary mentor, legendary teacher. I just find this out that he's a math teacher. So
Really?
yeah, I never know that. So
Wow.
Pang making his face so like Mumba don't know anything, but I didn't even know.
Oh,
Remember, I was in complex. Bo was a central man, so he was kind of the enemy when I was in high school in a way, And then I didn't even know that.
he was teaching then.
That's crazy, So and then he's a top guns man. He's a man them, pupil. So he was always on the other end. But I'll start it off with Ball, and then I guess we'll Langolo introduce Ball because she's the the guest host.
Wow.
So
But
yeah.
you
Well, it's up to you. Unless
you hit it right on the head. Legendary teacher, legendary mentor, legend, just all around good person all around. You know what I'm saying? He's been an inspiration to many of our lives, many men and women. You know what I'm saying? So it's only fitting. It's only fitting to have him on
Well,
there.
well, you wait your turn, Langy. We know you're excited to get Bow, and you wait your turn. You last, and you gonna bring he in right. So, Mumba,
I have it. I got it.
no, you gonna bring he on. Mumba gonna say a little about it, then I gonna say, and then you gonna go last.
You go last, yeah.
You
You
wait
asked
your
for it,
you
so
wait your
can't right.
turn.
Yeah. So, I never really spent a lot of time around Bow, but I spent a lot of time against Bow, and he's one of the most intense, if you want to say coach, he's one of the most intense coach. He is intense. He don't play. He don't even be prepared to play in the game if you have to. I learned a lot about him, through Tegan and through Pang, and then when we had, previous guests, how much he helped them, how much he helped them with the game of basketball and a lot of training and fixing the shot and stuff like that, man. You know, Bo was always around basketball. I always seen him around the court, practicing the central team when I come home, so I just can't wait to hear his story. I heard a little bit of his story, but I just can't wait. I spent a lot of time around Bo too when I played with the national team that one season when we went to Barbados too, as well too. But I've heard nothing but good things about Bo. He's helped a lot of people, and I just can't wait to hear his story. I just really can't wait. So
Same with me. Honestly, if basketball players was an engine or basketball was an engine on St. Croix, Bo played a big role on St. Croix to keep that engine going. You know what I'm saying? He's the CV joints. He's the oil that you put in there. He make all the connections. Like Bo touch a lot of basketball players coming up, and he's a basketball brain. You know what I'm saying? Could tell you the ins and outs of basketball, know every type of defensive scheme, offensive scheme. Bo could identify things that you need to work on your game, and he's a pivotal person in my life. As far as once I met Bo never hesitate to take me under his shoulder, under his wing, and teach me the game. And I could just remember the first day. Bo used to always tell me, I got one gear. It's just go. Once I learn how to hone that, I'm gonna be a much better player. He's one of them that teach me, like advise me to stop shooting with my right hand and shoot with my left, which turned out to be work out better for me. Even though I thought I was a good, like a decent shooter with my right hand, a little better shooter with my left hand. Bo was a person who identified that. You know what I'm saying? And just can't wait to hear his story. I know a lot about him, but I know I still gonna learn some things today, and ready for this one.
well
I'm
said,
sorry.
well said, well said. No, you
Yeah,
good, you
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I agree with everything I said about Bo. Bo is probably the most influential person in my life um, ever. Even though my mother bought me, what I'm saying, I love my mother. Rest in peace to my mother. But next to my mother, Bo was the person in my life, and not only on the basketball court, that he's influential to us, but in life in general. Bo has been with me since my ninth grade year. He's been with me then, and when I said I have the most, I hold Bo to the highest level. What I'm saying, to the highest level. I don't care how much mistake he made in his life. You can't tell me nothing about Bo. Bo cannot do wrong in my eyes. You understand me? So, and when I mean like he like Picasso, like Bo is a Picasso to me. Bo turned a non-basketball player. Nobody who never had no type of basketball influence in their life and made them into something. What I'm saying? And that's something special. And that's something I hold both, to that high degree. And I just wanted to be in the same room with he. I didn't want to just watch this interview. I wanted to be in the same room with Bo, man, because I respect a man to the utmost. And, you know, this is the moment we have been waiting for. Dana Bow Senior, please enter the room.
Man, Langalo,
Yes, sir.
that was
Glad
amazing.
to hear
I'm emotional. I'm emotional. I got a little teary eye. That was amazing. Pang, I don't know what to say, so she hit it on the park.
I thought you were about to cry for a minute there.
Yeah, just,
Yeah, man.
Bo, what you saying?
Well, I have a little audio problem, but you guys can hear me, right?
tell
Yeah,
them
we
to
could hear you.
stop calling you.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah, yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah. Wait, Deslin, Angalo,
Yes,
my
yes,
daughter. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you, pops.
Okay, because you know you want to make you making me cry. But
No.
anyway, I cherish you guys.
Oh, we gone.
Yeah, he gone. So
Probably got another phone call.
yeah, so viewers, this might be happening a lot, probably, because we're Bowies and he's a popular guy, and
Very
you know,
popular.
so
He got find out what a blackie phone call him for the time being, but
Yeah.
yeah,
both phones stay ringing because he
stay ringing.
that guy always on the go.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes, I'm on board now. Okay, I was
Eric,
just having a little connection problem, but I'm there. So again,
your
I
your your
thanks Angalo.
your
You could
finger
hear
or
me?
something. Yeah, we could hear you, but your finger or something halfway in the way or something. Okay, there you go.
Okay, let me see. We good
Yeah,
now. Okay. Yeah, so hey, what I cause I'm proud of you guys. That was one of my main mission with you guys to see you guys as professionals right now. Mumbai, even though you are on the other side of the fence, the Barra side, is still, my motto has always been the VI because the umpteen years, or I should say decades representing the VI, I never really fall into that shit we have between East West or even St. Croix St. Thomas. So I always been on the notion of a one whole VI. But
right.
I mean, guys, I love to
true.
see you guys there and doing what you're doing and exalting the people them that deservingly so. One motto I had and I share with Tegan is it's called second to none. What I mean by second to none is means that we in the VI we don't have to look at or emulate anybody. We're as good as anybody. We should not be lesser in terms of what we get, resources or whatever. In other words, given the same resources of any kid in America, we could thrive and get as far as we can be. Tim Duncan, but Victor, Shepard, even Pang and you Mumba, all y'all are testament to that. That here in this little speck in the world, we could produce quality or even world class athletes. So my motto have always been second to none, and to grant the kids at the VI or the upcoming prospects some form um, a conduit where they can achieve the highest possible honors in a respective sports in general. But I thank you guys, and I'm so glad that you guys are having me here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We glad that you could be with us, man,
Yep,
because you
man.
play a big role in our life. You play a coach, a friend, father, sometimes even a bouncer. You never used to let nobody mess with us. You know what I mean? Because you had a vision for us, and you never wanted us to stray from that vision. So you put on many hats for us growing up. So definitely
And and
deserving.
and 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 that phrase sometimes you use that against me because I know Mumba just said he was on the national team. Mumba, you remember you in Barbados, right? You in Barbados and they had the Jamaican team and I think it was Pang because Pang has been a prankster throughout his whole life. Pang and somebody else were emulating because you ever hear Pang talk like a
It
Jigan?
won't.
Pang could talk like a Jigan,
Whoa,
one of the
that
best.
won't me.
He and Tegan is good too.
No, that wasn't me. We had the culprit. We
No,
had the culprit at
no,
Langby.
you're not gonna get away because I
No,
know
no.
they set me up. They came to my door acting like the Jamaican team was antagonizing the VI team and make me because they know how I am, how spirited I am. When the Jamaican team laying up the next day, you got me under the basket, cussing them and asking them who the one want to step up and make any heck with the VI team. And all this time, I'm like a fool, like a lollipop. It's my own team setting me up. So I was victim to that. I
Oh,
had to say that.
But
but
Pang, tell him
Bo,
who. Tell you who he was,
But
bang.
okay, we gonna bring it to fruition now. We're gonna bring you up to speed. That was not me. That was our very own Andy Herbert as the Jamaican, not me. That was It was Mumba, Andy,
I know what
Tyrone,
Andy,
and Jaja.
yeah.
I ratted.
But
Yeah,
I
he
blame you
just
too
ratted
because
and
you
we.
know what? You were the best speaking. You were the best speaking Jamaican at that time, so I know it had to be you because the person was a perfect Jamaican accent. Mumbai, I don't know. Mumbai, you was a little rookie. I think you were stuck in Andy them room, and I know you didn't have much, but you know what was going on also.
I
Them,
knew. Yeah, I know for sure. I know
Yeah,
what was going on. It
man,
was
that was
funny.
so funny, Mister. We done share that story on here,
And
about.
again,
Hey, but that definitely was a fun day. It definitely. Although Bo was dead serious, we there on the sidelines just dying with laugh, Mister, because Bo is in the middle of the court while then Jamaican, like free throw line, while then Jamaican laying up, and he there in between them with Rick. See ya.
yeah. I'm
What you?
sorry. I keep getting booed out, but I'm here. I'm here again.
So
So
we were just
yeah.
talking about that story, but we although we know you were dead serious on the court, we we were on the sideline rolling because everybody knew except for you
Yeah.
and Rick, except for you and Rick.
So I felt like a real sucker, but then again, I say, you know what? That's my boys, them, and they if anybody they could do a prank on would be me. So I,
Oh
I
man.
accepted that, but they
But
know. But the reason that the whole thing with that story is that they know how I am and how I would defend them to the
but
utmost, and they use that against me. So, I mean, it was kind of humorous then, but they know that if it was for real, they know that I've been in the forefront to
Oh
defend
God.
them against not Jamaica, not US, but anybody for that matter.
anybody. That's one thing I could testify for you. Like, but honestly, Bo, the prank was not on you. You was an innocent bystander that just fell for it because the prank was really on Rick. And I guess you saw Rick in getting into
Yeah.
he and you were like, you know what? Come. I-
Oh
Well,
God.
well,
This is funny, Mister.
well,
I can't
well,
stop
well,
laughing.
I knew that, but I got involved in it, and it was just so funny. I said, you know what, I really got to tone down because look at my own teammates use me to, to antagonize a whole national team for a country. So I said,
oh
no, man,
man.
I got to tone down.
That
But
was so funny, Mister.
yeah, but anyway, man, I'm glad to be here. Like I said, I'm Donald Bough. I've been in the business for like decades now. Um, sometimes you always say, well, how come, like I told you, I never work hard into the East West or the VI or the St. Croix, St. Thomas. And again, too, that, like I told Mumba the last time, I think I'm probably the only kid back in the late 60s going to school in Frederickstead. I went to school in Claro, actually. So I did some years at Claro Marco School. My father was a gym teacher there. My mom was a Spanish teacher. So I'm in East and going to school in West. Now we're talking before the Melbourne Evans Highway now. So it was strictly center line. And so
Mm.
so all my friends and were in Frederickstead area. So now that then I left in junior high, and now that we link back up in Central, everybody in East was telling me, well, how come so much people in West know you? And I was like, yo, because they're my friends. I knew them from in grade school. So I always had that knack, and then with the St. Croix, St. Thomas thing, I've been with the national team from technically, if you said from 79, because I was an alternate. I was like 17 years old, an alternate, but I actually played from 81. So the thing is, I'm been so much years representing the VI that I could never be partial in terms of St. Thomas or St. Croix. You know what I mean? I'm out there warring for the VI in general. So this thing about St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, all that stuff, that was second to me. So I always been a person kind of in a universal set. But again, my main mantra was second to none, or is second to none, meaning that we don't have to take a backseat to anybody in the world. And it's proven. I already did studies and showed. I don't have the stats per se, but I'm sure that we probably the sports capital of the world, not just for basketball. Because if you look at what we have put in the professional ranks in the different sports, and all that divided by 100,000, which is roughly our population, we should have the highest, you know, decimal to anybody in the world. I mean, we've had it in boxing, several world champion, NBA, NFL. I don't think about hockey though. I don't know about hockey, but
Not yet,
definitely
not yet.
track and field, and I mean some of the most unknown sports. You know, don't talk about even about sailing and so forth. So it's something, and I always said to myself decades back, and you know, Tegan was a, you know, I had him under my tutelage for a while, and I said, look, Tegan, there's something going on. It can't just be by coincidence, either in the temperament, in our language, or whatever. But given the opportunity as equal to anybody else, we could thrive and flourish just like anybody else in the states, and be a top-notch athlete in whatever the sport may be. It don't
Right.
have to be basketball, and that's what that Langalo or Desmond are alluding to, where you know we could be somebody and nobody, but my job was to mold you and get you to where I know you could have a chance with anybody. And if you're good in the VI, you're good in America too. Not that you're gonna be backseat. So that was my mantra back then. You know, back in the national team when I played, you know, 95% was the players them came from the islands itself. We didn't have to go through, you know, the states like how we do now and finding, you know, other people from second and third generations. So we had the talent right here. So I don't see why we can't reinvent that. And all that was predicated on because of the many, many, many leagues we had. And it's so amazing. We're in the 21st century. And I think in general, I mean, anybody could tell you, we have regressed in terms of, you know, our athletes and what we have for them and the resource we have for them. You know, I could say in the 70s and the 60s, we had more resource than now. But, you
Right.
know, our
Wow.
job right now, and I'm glad Mumba and Pang and you guys taking the bull by the hand. I'm already old. I'll be 60 next year. So, you know, it's you guys to carry that baton because you guys had experienced it in some form or fashion to the highest level. I know that, hey, you look at the elementary school, ain't nothing different now. That little girl or that little boy can't make it like anybody else in America.
Right.
And so that was my thing, and that what governs me, and that's the passion that I always draw in. And I said another word, passion, meaning that, you know, whatever you do, you got to be passionate with it. Passionate meaning that you love it so much that, you know, you're going to go beyond to make sure that you push your cause. You know,
Mm.
Tegan, Pang, even Mumba, Tegan. I remember, Tegan. They used to have him. They had a nickname for him, Ofa, for a while, right? You know
Right.
the Ofa. Tegan went O for fill in the blank for me, Mumba. O for what? Oh, Pang. O for
26.
some amount. Yeah,
26. I was gonna say 29. Yeah, I was gonna say
yeah,
21.
and you know, and we flew back at the same plane waiting for baggage claim, and I didn't know the kid. You know what I mean? And I said, hey, you know what? I say, hey, just keep doing what you're doing. And he looked at me like, damn, you know, I shot the worst ever in the history of whatever I could think of in basketball. And I said, you know what? The fact of the matter is that you did it. You attempted it. You know what I mean? And he learned afterwards, you know, as a professional that, hey, you got to be kind of forgetful or absent-minded when you're shooting ball. You don't remember your miss. Just know that the next one could be a make. And that's in life in general, you know what I mean? So, you know, even I always render
True.
my help to anybody, whether they're in the rival school or not. Even in a lot of years, I've trained people from St. Thomas who I know are going to play against me, Complex Central, but I never get caught up in it like that. Yeah, I want to win, obviously, because everybody, that's human nature. But at the end of the day, I want to see one athlete or some athlete excel and surpass and maybe be in a position where I'm at or even better. And that's what, you know, and that's what I've seen accomplished. Not enough, but at least we're somewhat in that direction.
That's
Um,
true. That's true.
that's good, man, Bo. That's good. We could hear the passion. We could definitely could hear the passion. I do have a question for you. So a lot of people know you as Coach Bo, but a lot of people don't know. Well, maybe a lot, but I know some people don't know. Like you are a great basketball player. Like how did you get introduced to basketball? Like coming up in Cruz.
Well, I will tell you this here. Um, my father, and actually I went and buying some local food yesterday. I saw some old timers, and they say, you know, your father was really good. He one of the better players them here. He played in the Puerto Rico League in the I think from in the late 50s. Um, I think when I was a kid, I think it was in third grade. I see my father dunk. So, obviously my father, you want to emulate your dad, and he was very close with me. And I traveled. Claudio at that time was in the 70s and the early 70s was a K to 8, which they have, they're trying to do with some of the other schools. So we traveled and we played St. Thomas and so forth. So I'm always there with the team, even though I was in fifth grade. And my father, I mean, okay, he would have like the ball boy look after my son. Actually, like I told Mumba, Malik Bruce from Complex, who works in maintenance for the educational complex school. He was one of the guys that used to look after me. So I always have Malik in my heart, no matter what. Even he with Complex or whatever, he knows, and I know that he used to look after me. Because I was a little kid. I mean, what it was 9, 10 years old. So I travel a lot, and I see the basketball part because of my father. So that got me, and I liked the sport, and I kept playing, and I started really playing organized from I think in my 14 years old, and I actually played. I'm gonna tell you this here. I played the first man them team. So I had to argue with Zora. I said, Zora, you were the first man them. I was the first man them. Again, because of my affiliation with Frederick City area. This guy named Norman, he had a team from Safarali. And so I was driven. So my father would drive me from Christiansted to play the games I'm in Claudio Marco in 13 to 15. So that was really my first playing. But I kept going and playing in those outside leagues, which we had so many of. And that kind of developed me.
Yeah.
And, I was really quiet and shy. But I did my talking through my actions on the basketball court. And so I thrive in that. I tried to be competitive. And that was my whole upbringing. I played for every school I went to. I played for their team. And inclusive the last year in Central, that was 78, 79. And, to make Central team, now, Mumbai, you could put it in perspective. It ain't had no complex then. So everybody funneling to Central High. So the kind of competition it was just to make that team. So I made a
Yeah.
team in 78, 79. And then I'm looking up to certain athletes that, because I'm still kind of introverted. And, we playing. And when I see that I steal a bar from you, and I say, well, I could do this. And just the exposure got me to believe in myself. And everybody saying, oh, yeah, you're good, you're good. I still didn't feel that way, but just by playing and playing and playing, and that's the key thing. You just got to play. And I started to now excel. And eventually we had one of the best years ever in the history of interscholastic basketball. I would say 1979 at Central, we not only played in the Central League, interscholastic, we played in the Inter-Island League, we played in our Laurenburg Institute, who was ranked #1 in the nation back then as a prep school, and we beat them 2 games. Now, you look at Laurenburg, they got athletes that are going to UCLA, to going to North Carolina and Duke, and our little backward self in the VI came up there and beat that team. I remember the headmaster, McDuffie. He was like, he wanted to sign all of us for a scholarship, but I told him I was going to Michigan State, and I kind of went to Michigan State just on my own, because obviously back then the recruiting was pretty much non-existent. Ronald Charles, as we all know, Ranche, who the Central Gym is named after, he got to Michigan State because he played with the national team in Colombia, and he was seen there, and I guess they recruited him from in on that platform. But basically, it was pretty much hard to be recruited from the mainland down here. Remember, we didn't have internet and all that stuff. So I ended up at Michigan State and ended up playing there actually. So it was so much harder, but we were like as good as anybody. And my confidence was as high as anything. We played Laurenburg in my senior year. We played a conglomerate of professional guys the first year for Arthur Richards. Matter of fact, they called it Stony Ground. They didn't name it Arthur Richards then because it was the first year at the school. And we played this a couple guys from Duke University. We played an All-Star against territorial All-Star against Laurenburg. And we did so much stuff that I feel sorry for the kids them now, that I said to myself that, man, look how much stuff we had, and now look at this, you know, in this 21st century, we still have it hard to even get enough games to have it to look like
Yeah.
a decent season. So again, my opportunities there I took advantage of. But the thing about it now is that we don't have those same opportunities, and we really need to get this going to have our kids back on track to be again, like I said, second to none.
So
True.
I was going to ask you about playing with if you since you are playing ball in the West, like why you play for Arta, but you said Arta ain't been around, so it didn't come around until
No,
till you get to Central.
right, right. I played in the outside leagues. I played in 13 to 15 with Mandem, the first Mandem out of Safarali, and then I played with another league in Christiansted. They played at remember those both Claro Gym and Elena Christian Gym were in use then, and that's when my league was done. It was done in both leagues. So you might have a game, you have a home and away. So if you're at East team, you might have a game in the West and you have a game in the East, and so
Oh
forth.
wow,
So
nice.
that was it back then. You know what I mean? Nothing like that now. I mean, you can't even see a whiff of that right now in terms of competitive. You got to go in the Lions mouth. And you rest assured, if you have any little contention with a West team and you gotta go to West, you don't know what problem it is, and vice versa. If you have a contention with the East team and going to the East,
Right.
same thing. But it was all good, and it kind of grew us and got us a lot more uh, shaped and filed for really what's called high competitive atmosphere. And Mumbai, you play at a professional level, you know what a high competitive atmosphere is. It requires a lot of discipline. You will have
Yeah.
all kind of
True.
trash talking and all kind of stuff like that, but you have to know to come out there and do what you have to do so you and your team could be victorious. So a lot of that stuff I did, and I benefit the fruits I benefit right now because some of your best friends that you guys will know, some of your best friends were probably some of your best rivalries back in the day, and that's the testament even to now with me. I know so much people just because of playing and competing against them in basketball.
Bo, Bo,
Yes, my dear. Yeah.
you mentioned that you went to Michigan State on your own. So how that came about, and what was the experience like playing under Magic Johnson? You hear me?
I think his connection might be you could you kind of lagging a little bit.
Well, I didn't get to play under Magic because remember he did 2 years and but at Michigan State I played with me Sam Vincent, Jay Vincent, and a few others that played. And then but Magic would come up like every in the summers, which I was up there sometimes in the summer, and he would come up there and that's why I know that's why I really respect Magic because you know he pretty much is the door. He set the tone for some of the minority athletes to really make themselves a mark in the economic world. Now, even before Jordan, because you see Magic now, and only other person could be in the statue. Well, LeBron, of course, but Jordan, but Magic was, a great down to earth person. He knew about the VI because of Ronald Charles. He would always talk about the VI guys, and so forth. And he was just such a humble person. And in my act, when he first got his first, I was there when he got his I saw him with a Rolls Royce, and he like, okay, I'm in Lansing, Michigan, but you know what? I don't need to stay in a 5-star hotel. I'm staying in the same house that I stayed at when I was a 16 or 17-year old. I just had the Rolls Royce parked outside. Eventually, yeah, he bought a house for his parents, but the fact that he didn't see it no way different to like stay, it's like Mumbai. You got a Benz and you just pull up in Harrigan, and you staying in the same room you had from when you were growing up. So no big
Yeah,
difference, you know what I mean? So when I saw
that's
stuff like
true.
that, I know that the the humility and the connection that you must have when you reach to a certain stardom or when you reach to a certain level that in sports.
But we have a viewer
Yeah.
question here, Bo. Who was the coach at Central when you was going Central?
Okay. The coach was Mr. Danny Cornelius, and that they always say that's the central coach. Mr. Lockett, which most of the generation now more in tune with because he took the reins afterwards. But Danny was the master mentor, so you see a little bit of Danny Cornelius from me, from Laka, and whoever else, from
The
even Mr.
connection breaking
Haywood,
up.
because that's the one that set the tone in Central High. That's the one that had the teams and from the inception of the school in 1968. He was a no nonsense coach, very intelligent, gave us plays, stuff that you don't really see as much now. We were reading plays from back then, and those stories you hear Mr. Lockhart said that was true. I mean, you go on Central Team, you all that stuff. So Danny Cornelius, yeah,
So so you was at Michigan State ball.
yeah, you there?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
and and how
Yeah.
did you get to Michigan State? How was that process?
Oh, okay. Well, good question. Well, see, back then, we didn't have that kind of stuff with recruiting and all that stuff. We do, and we are a little speck in the middle of the ocean. So what inspired me was Ronald Charles, the same rancher that Central Gym is named after. I know he went to Michigan State, and you see now you have the help of those counselors and all these different things, and they help you with this and clearing out. We didn't have none of that. We just had to pick and choose and just and just take what you get. So I did that and I got accepted there. I said, I'm gonna try to go as a walk on. I knew back then that whoever you put in front of me, around my age or my similar size, I'm gonna be as good as you. And again, my mantra second to none. So I knew that. So it was just a matter of opportunity. But really, but really, I also I have to mention this. I was pretty competitive in high school. Okay, y'all can
Where
hear me now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you're
can hear you now. Yeah.
going
You
in
can hear
and
me
out.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was buffering, but yeah. So I just inspired by Mr. Ronald Charles, so I put my application. I think it was somebody else at Lehigh University. But what I was trying to allude to is that the fact that academics played a heavy role in me, especially because I think I was number 3 or number 4 from a class, and central classes back then was like 400 or 400 plus. So I always had the academic background, and I, what my if you look at it, I have my yearbook. I say, I want to be a chemical engineer, and I didn't get that, but at least I got to be a math degree. But back then, I mean, I'm looking at engineering and all that stuff at the forefront. So along with basketball, I'm looking at the academic part too. So that's like I said, I had my interest in the academic field also. But again, basketball was a really predominant thing in my life, and going through Michigan State and seeing how you know how great these the athletes and the those that reach far in the sports can get. You could get a scholarship because right at that moment I was paying out of my pocket, even though I got a Martin Marietta scholarship and all that stuff. But it was basically paying out of your pocket, and I always had that in my mind. I said, I'm gonna try to get our kids them home when I get back, so that they could get scholarship and at least to lighten the burden from paying out of their pockets to go to school. And I know right then that school was the main priority, as and then sports after. So I kept that in perspective.
Well, I know you didn't finish at Michigan State. So
No,
what came about with that? Why you didn't finish at Michigan?
well in 1982 I we had the Central American and Caribbean Games in Cuba, and we had a VI team was fielded a team for that event, and we had Well, I was one of the top players then, but well, they had many good players from the VI. I must say, man. I mean, I don't want to be, arrogant like that, but Holman Harley, I think he had an issue and he didn't get to play, and then they asked me, hey, you know what? They ain't got no other choice. I'm gonna have to play point. So I did whatever. I consider myself a basketball player. Point one, two, three, four, five. You did a little bit of everything. You played ball in the VI. You know you're gonna be some kind of you know overall universal type player. You'll be a little bit of everything. So I handled the point, and it was against Puerto Rico, and I did pretty good. I think I had 10 or 12 points, but I didn't have no turnovers and so forth. And then one of the Puerto Rican owners then were there. I think he was general manager, and he gave me an offer to play in Puerto Rico. So I didn't go back to Michigan State in '82, and I stayed in Puerto Rico, and that was it from there on. I played those pretty much almost 10 years in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico back then, was one of the closest pro leagues then that we had, and it was kind of close and convenient, So I took the challenge, and I went ahead, and I came back afterwards and finished up, even in the '90s or early 2000, because I knew I had that in me to do it academically, and I didn't want more time wasted in my life. But so I played in Puerto Rico for almost 10 years. But what enticed me, Desmond, was the fact that we played for the VI national team in the Central American and Caribbean Games in 1982 in Cuba, and I had to be the point guard, and it took it from there, and I hold my own, and that was it.
Okay.
Nice.
That's
Wow.
that's a good story. Like it's you play your cards right. You be at the right place at the right time. You carry yourself well. Like things gonna happen for you. You believe in your craft. Things gonna happen for you. You
Right,
just really got to steer
right.
the course. And when it comes to basketball, success don't always have to end up in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? There are many ways to make money making playing ball, and like you
Oh,
said,
That's
I
true.
true that. Very well said. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, sometimes we get a little one track and we think the NBA is the pinnacle because it's a pinnacle, and we think that that's the only thing. No, I mean, you have likes of Cuthbert Victor who have made hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million, um, just from playing overseas. We have Leon Trimmingham, which back then, when remember we used to call him Weapon.
mhm,
Back then, I think he had more money than Timmy, because you remember when Timmy signed, he had to sign for the rookie contract, and at that time, Trimmingham was in several countries making damn near $1 million, a season. So it was clearly viewed to me that you could make, or it could be very lucrative to play not just in the NBA, but in all of those leagues that held in throughout the world. So it showed me that basketball wasn't just restricted to the U.S., but basketball FIBA is basically a worldwide entity that you just got to play your cards right and get a job and hold on to it, and you could write a good job that paying you 6 digits for a very long time, and I must add, tax free.
right.
That's true.
So somebody,
Tyro Alex said, heal up. You heard that, Bo? I'll let you go pang in a little bit.
no, no,
Yeah,
You can hear us,
say
Bo?
that again. Not
No, I was saying that
Yeah, go ahead.
Tyro,
Yeah, I could hear
Tyro
you.
Alex said, heal up.
Oh yeah, my boy. I cherish Tyrone. That's like my little brother, my son. Um, at the same token, at that time when I was young in the business, he was also up and coming, and I knew I had a classy athlete that could play somewhere, in the top level in America, and he proved it too. Unfortunately, he got some injuries, and he could have been even in bigger conferences, but nonetheless, Tyrone played in a scholarship. He played for Utah State. Um, he was recruited from Georgia, but because in those times there was Prop 48, and you didn't get your SATs and so forth. They send you to a JUCO and so forth, and you go through that route. But nonetheless, he finished, and he ended up in a Division 1 school, and he flourished in it. Even though he had got at that time was an ACL, but back then the ACL was really almost the kiss of death. Now an
right,
Yeah.
ACL, I mean, you see Westbrook with an ACL, they're jumping even higher because of the technology and therapy and all that stuff. But back then you got an ACL, and without credit to Tyrone, he continued on and had a very good college career. So Tyrone gonna always be my little brother and my little son. I cherish him to the utmost. We may not talk every day, but any problem of his is a problem of mine.
Well said.
Well said,
Some
man.
somebody is asking, what got you into coaching and when did you first start it?
Well, I started when I came back. After a while, now I'm in Puerto Rico. My mom had begged me to come home, and I came home, and I got a teaching job at it was actually the annex. Yes, sorry about that. I'm going in a lot, but at Central High Annex, and they needed a team to field, and I went and asked Central. That time when I said Central Annex, I mean that all the 10th graders on the island. Remember, complex didn't exist then. Went to where we now have Juanita Gardine, which was the old Elena, and that was everybody there. They call it Central Annex. So because complex didn't exist and Central was too big then. Central was just basically 11 and 12, but it was so top heavy with students. I remember back then the junior highs were going to 9th grade. So I got into interest from back then. I asked Lockhart, and Lockhart back then, he was like, okay, but we do it this way and so forth. So I waited my turn, and I think when the annex was dissolved after Hugo, I went up to no, we all got shift up to Central, the main campus, everybody. And then Lockhart was like, yo, man, I do this with the teams. You could come on board. And I really started with the girls. That's what I always have a passion with the girls team. I started with the girls, even though I render help with the boys them. So I started with the girls, and that was at 1991 or something like that. And then with Mr. God, and then eventually I ended up being the head coach. And I've been there ever since, from back in the 91 to present with the girls team.
Wow.
Mr. Jarvis, he passed away. Oh, it's been a while now. So there was one point I took the reins for being central. I don't think anybody in America did that, especially for a class 4 high school. Division 4. I did head coach for girls and head coach for boys. Nobody did that, and I knew that because I'm pretty much connected, and I'm not bragging or anything, but most of my teams then will end up in the finals, and so you have me coaching the girls, and then I got to stop, and then I have total different plays, and now I got to unwind and get myself ready for the boys. So I did that, and then now I have Mr. Keith Swanson Zorro. I kind of blessed him with being the head coach, but I still work with him, and I'm right there with the boys, training the boys them also. So it's still kind of the same thing, doing girls and boys. And I just want to cover anybody, girls or boys, whoever interested in basketball that wants to go to the next level. And I'll always be a conduit for that person. Even in this time now, like I said, I could relate to now during this pandemic time. I work out kids on their own. I find a little way in Juanita Gardine. Right now I'm off because of, the restrictions, but, we were doing trainings and so forth just to keep it going, because I know the advantages in getting, and y'all know y'all are recipients of, the sport, getting you guys to school and so forth. So I don't want that to fall apart. But, I got into the sport and the interest by actually being a teacher at Central Annex. And I said, you know what? I've been a player for so long, being passionate. Well, I could divert that passion to coaching. And you know what? It felt just the same. When you coach a good team, whether you win or lose, and you see that the kids them assimilate what you're teaching them, that's like the best thing in the world.
Right.
It's the most gratifying thing in the world. So that kept me going. And, I'm glad I still, it's regrets, you could have been here, could have been there. But you know what? If I help one kid out of the VI to get somewhere, which I know I did more than one, that was a blessing for me.
That's true. That's true. And on that topic, real quick, Mountain said thank you for pushing him early in his career.
Oh yeah, Mountain. I have some jokes with it because I know that we can't just be serious and so Mountain, Mountain.
Cheer them.
What you laughing about?
He should have been
Mountain.
on.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I know.
that's true.
But you can help somebody sometimes by making not a negative comment, but sometimes just a realistic comment. And I remember Mountain, being the Mr. Skywalker and jumping and all that stuff. And I hear a laugh when you hear this. Pang, you ever see Mountain shoot a ball? And I was like, no, man. No, no, no. Hell no. And guess what? We said, no, man, that is beyond broken. So Keegan used to laugh and so forth, right? And I wouldn't even say the names. I said, what kind of shot Mountain got? But you know what? Guess what? He assimilated on the side. And the following year, I mean, ugly shot or not, I was seeing Mountain hitting them things left and right. I mean, he had a high percentage. And I'm like, no, man, something wrong. Sometimes you just got a good eye, but your mechanics are poor. I said, maybe he has a good eye. But no, but it seemed like even with the big boys, he's hitting that shot. And I must say, you know what? I guess, sometimes you could tell somebody a realistic criticism, and they just, you know what? They might feel bad or embarrassed at first. But guess what? That's your guide. That's your guide. You need to correct this. And that fuels you to now work on your shot. And guess what he did? And everybody thought about Mountain, but Mountain was pretty assertive in the latter part around 15, 18 feet. You know what I mean? He could have really, he had a kind of unorthodox shot, but it was good. So, sometimes, you got to make realistic comments to people so that it could carry over to them and understand, hey, this is what you need to work on, But again,
Right.
Steven, you too, you had your problem with left and right hand. Which one is, I don't know, because I saw Steven had shoot a free throw with his right, and then the referee passed about him and he shoot it with his left. And I'm like, oh, hell no. I mean, this poor boy, imagine what's going on in his brain. They say your brain is a left, you got left hand is for this and right hand is for that. Well, his brain all mixed up because he shooting left and then he shooting right. He's a very poor brain, which one to focus on. So so we were like, so Steven too, we said, hey, Pang, you just got to pick one hand, okay? Because it's too much uncertainty. Mumbai, you could address that as a pitcher. The pitcher, you can't just picturing a hybrid pitch between a fastball and curve or something. You just got one or the other. So, but Pang, Pang, please choose one hand, please. The referee, I remember the referee told me, he said, but that boy shoot the ball with each hand. I said, yeah, man, that's why he know better. he know better. As Tegan would say, and I know if Tegan listening, we got this creature we call coconut. Coconut when you're coconut, meaning that you kind of cave up, you're a little rough around the edges.
Yeah.
So we call you coconut.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah.
Bo.
Yeah.
Who was me and Calvert that always talk about this? Who was the banana joke for? Wasn't it somebody you tell goes, man, go sit down and hit this banana and go sit down someplace.
Yeah. Oh man. Damn. I don't want to put nobody under the bus like that, but stuff like that. I mean, before I even say anything, Mumba could know, and Mumba will hear me on the side because sometimes I am kind of unforgiving when it comes to jokes, and I know my players them unforgiving when it comes to jokes too, because Pang will talk about me too, because Pang don't know. he mentioned about people fitting in my car. The last interview he had, he said, how much people fit in Bough car? So so as if I was driving the killer clowns from outer space. But guess what? You know what, Pang? A whole bunch of people. But guess what? I gonna make sure everybody fit in my car
and get home safe.
Get home safe. Yes. I mean, that was the most. I think that was the toughest thing for me with coaching. Just dropping people off, and especially I had girls. Right, dropping boys, girls, everybody. And just showing them the opportunity that you are good too. I don't care if you're in the projects or in the wherever you are. You know what I mean? You are good too, and you deserve to be dropped home and catered to. Of course, sometimes you got to come on your pocket to get them this or get them that. But that's part of it, man. I mean, I'm not doing it to say it now and all that stuff because I don't mention this. Even with the great Tim Duncan, my kids then were like, a couple of times Timmy will be here and they were like, oh, Daddy, see Timmy over there. I'm like, no, that's okay. Like, where you going to eat? Like, yeah, Timmy know me. And Timmy gonna see me and he gonna hail me up and tag, I don't ask for anything because my mission is when I see you to that status, that means mission accomplished for me. And so that's why. But the banana one, I gotta recap because I don't
Wasn't
want to
it?
call it wrong.
Wasn't it mountain and the jump shot?
I think so. I don't mean I don't mean the bash mountain, but I think that was it. That was like
I think
so we got two fruits going on, coconut and banana for mountain. Sorry, mountain.
you said, man, I come in the gym, I see Mountain shooting first jump shot. I say, hey, Mountain, come here. Don't shoot no more jump shot. Just take this banana, go sit over there.
Oh gosh.
Hey,
Oh my
listen to me.
gosh.
Hey, it sounds
Jeez.
cruel. It sounds cruel. But guess what? Mumba, you raised up in Western Harrigan. You know any little thing. And one thing, I don't care what it is. The VI is the worst to show one fall to a defect. You're gonna be exploited out there, right? That's what
That's
all our
true.
nicknames. That's what all our nicknames come from. Any
That's
little
true.
thing that you have that show some kind of thing outlier to you, that gonna be your nickname. You know what I mean? I mean, we got Langalo Desmond, but you ever know why they call it Langalo? Cause you ever see Langalo? Let me tell you something. A pot of string beans got more meat than she. You understand? Because Langalo, one Langalo went to high school and she was playing. You have the tryouts, and I was like, that girl playing so good, but Jesus Christ, get her out because she gonna break. They're gonna crush her. And I was like, oh my God, and she's battling so much. But let me tell you, Langalo was skinny to the bone, and just look lanky. So she get her name Langalo. So we unforgiving when it comes to name, but guess what? We take it in stride because it is a reality that you harbor, and that's how it is. It's among your peers and it stays among your peers.
Right. That's where the Tom what happened in the locker room stays in the locker room, you know what I mean?
That's
So
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Not to the VI.
Yeah. So you let anything funny happen to you, that was it. And we talking about Pang, but Pang brother cheese. That was one man too. Them they would bring heat at you. You can't do nothing. Don't fall. Don't let nothing drop out your mouth. Don't let nothing pick in your nose. Don't be seen in some uncompromising situation because you're gonna be talked at left and right. So that was an error there. So you have to be on your P's and Q's and you have to bring it and do it
definitely.
right. Yeah, because
And
you're gonna be talked about.
I grew up in Lorraine, and like you mentioned in cheese, like the older dudes there, my son, they would let you have it, brother. Lorraine full of comedians, my son. So I had to have thick skin. Have to have
That's
thick
right.
skin.
That's right. That's right. So it was good times nonetheless because obviously you guys are the evidence of the product from that era. Mumbai don't even have to tell you about Harrigan and all the other stuff because I ain't from Claro. I know a lot of nicknames who come out of there. So that was us. That's us. And I always say something with us that we do, that it just brings us together. But hey, I mean, we go argue and degrade each other, but when we had one head at the task, we gonna get it done, and we gonna get it done to a
That's
high
true.
level because Pang know so much. I mean, I will now always this joyous way. I gonna be cussing too. Langalo
Right,
know that too. I gonna be
right.
cussing and be talking and degrading you and so forth. But I expect that your skin don't be that thin. I understand that when I cuss you up and make you feel like you's nobody, when we driving home, I gonna stop to Wendy's and make sure you get something to eat and make sure that everything's straight. I don't know about now though, because Wendy's line got like 40 cars every day. And I don't know how they do it. But yeah, but I was doing that. So that added to my whole trip. That's why I was so exhausted when I get home. Because of you're taking your duties on. And that's the message I want to let everybody know from the VI. I don't care what it is in government, you do in sports or whatever. But be passionate with it, man. I don't always tell Tegan, man, passion is what it is. Even in the political realms, everybody, they have this accolade, they studied here, they know this and know that. Yeah, but are you passionate enough to push it through? If you don't have no passion, I don't want to hear it because guess what? Even if you don't know about something, if you're passionate about it, you will learn about something. And that's my governing thing because everybody's smart from my perspective here. Everybody's smart in the VI. But you have to bring the passion to it. The passion for Mumba Rivera to say, you know what? Let me put a voice out there for the generations of sports icons, and he got the podcast. The passion for Langolo to do that, the passion for Pang, everybody. So it's a passion that you got to bring forth. It ain't about the intelligence alone. You got to bring that passion and that person. You see, G-Nex, we talk about that legend. I mean, who else have more passion? Because who else gonna do anything else? I mean, if you don't do it, who else gonna do it? And G-Nex took the bull by the hand and trained so much kids. I mean, what compensation he got? Probably none much, but guess what? You know, he satisfied his own self and the passion that he have to see that people excel in this particular sport that he was a boss in. You know what I mean? So passion is the governing thing.
Well, well said. Well
Well
said.
said, Bo. Well said. We got two
Bo,
viewer questions. We get two viewer questions we want to get to real quick, and then I'll turn it over to Pang and
Okay,
Langalo.
no problem.
The first one was what's your most memorable moment as a player and as a coach?
As a player, let me see. That might be tough. Let me see. I know as a coach, I'm gonna say it as a coach in a minute, but as a player, might be several. I know. I think in Puerto Rico, I think we have made the quarterfinals in our player, but we were like a nobody team, and we beat some big names team. But also, when I played with a national team, and we played in 1985, we played in Mexico, Central American and Caribbean games, and we were like the nobodies, and we beat Mexico. We played Puerto Rico, but we lost to Puerto Rico by 1 point. But I mean, they had us to lose by 40, and we lost by one. Where back then, had they had the ball, you see, back then there was an option for rule. You know, when you got seconds in the clock and you foul, they send you to the free throw line, right? Well, back then you had an option to either A, go to the free throw line, or B, take it out of bounds. I know what Puerto Rico did. They took it out of bounds because they were scared that they would miss, or even if they make, give us another attempt to have a shot, because we came so roaring from 20, 25 points down to actually tie a game. But as a coach, it would be I would think in Cancun. I always tell that to Tegan. I think that was oh my God, Cancun was, I don't know, 09, 07, 010, 2010. Cancun in a Central American Central Basket. We got second place. We lost in the championship game to Puerto Rico. Even and that was back-to-back silver medals that we got. But the fact is that Puerto Rico played in Cancun, and the VI team that sent them to a town named Chateaumel, which is what, 300 miles up the road. So guess what? We were the only time FIFA ever did that. We played and we beat our round. We beat Dominican Republic, who had Al Halford that's playing. No, Al Halford, yeah. Francisco Garcia. They had 3 NBA players, and we beat them. And I kind of divert a little bit because we beat them the real way. And Coffee, I remember coming in the locker room, and Coffee had his head down. I said, don't worry, Pops. I said, no, I know how you feel. You just beat 3 NBA players, literally. Because Coffee had like 28 points. He was killing
Al Horford.
Al Horford, yeah, who was playing him. Francisco Garcia, I remember Francisco. They went small, but if you all know, Francisco Garcia is about 6'7", and they switched small.
Yeah.
So when Francisco Garcia, he was guarding Coffee, he switched on Coffee. It was on our bench, and I looked and I said, I can't know Spanish, but I said, I did the form of the, the cutthroat, and I said, Francisco, you dead? And he came and he waved me off, and then after 3 dunks and 4 putbacks, he came to me in the lobby. He said, Coach, who is this guy? And I said, oh, his name is Nobody. Okay, so he laughed and he kept going. And then the next day we were in the lobby again. He said, on a real, Coach, man, who is this guy? I said, his name is Nobody. He's nobody. And that was just my sarcastic way of telling you, we're nobody, but we could still beat you as we should. And we went to Cancun. We traveled now that night after playing, and then we reached 2 in the morning to play that same night against Puerto Rico in the championship game. And so that's the best team. And if you ask that team what we had nobody. We had
Right.
Coffee, Tegan. We had Kit, and everybody else.
Yeah,
Craig was there, but Craig was a young kid then, and everybody else was role players. Even had Michael Ford, whole Michael Ford was like, 6'4", got to bang with these guys. But just, I felt so good and so at ease that we got to beat a grade A team with a little VIE, that without half our stars them. So, so, you know, I just, I just think that was my best coach's moment because we did the most with the least.
Go ahead
So
with your second question, Mumba. You had two questions from the
Yeah, this one.
viewers.
Someone want to know how you pronounce I guess
let's see.
Celia.
La Celia get the name La Plancha.
Oh my God, why is she putting herself out like this?
No, somebody just asked
Somebody
that.
asked that.
Yeah, somebody asked that.
No, they messing with her. But you know what? Since we're gonna be real, well, you know what plancha means, like a flat board, right? So when you call a female, we have a flat board. You see, Pang, you hold your face, but you all actually the answer.
I'm thinking it's gonna be different, but
It
No,
was
man,
it was
the
a
plan.
learn to no banana at all.
Yeah,
A
no
lot-
ban at all. But guess what? That wasn't me that put it. That was Francesca Garcia, better known as Checa, gave her that name, and of course, in the VI, we just thrive on names that are kind of derogative, but we thrive on that. So I mean, it's all in good nature and good
Oh my
friendship now.
God.
Yeah,
But
but I
I
mean,
give my name
hey,
to.
yeah, they they don't match from Blangalo and so, but basically, yeah, plancha that's come from that, from having no behind, flat back
No
side,
banana at all.
flat
No
banana.
banana
Okay,
at all.
yeah.
yeah, that,
NBA.
that person name is Volleyball. That's their name on Facebook.
Oh,
Volleyball.
okay.
my
See, well,
God.
they getting a hoe, but that was my
Yeah.
girl,
Oh my
man.
God.
La Celia Knight, yeah, man. I mean,
But,
very good prospect, even though she didn't stay in basketball.
yeah.
But again, great and guess what? Tain all the time, like everybody have to stay in basketball. They were great. I mean, I had some great students. Deslin Olangalo is a testament to that. My first years, them I had, so much honor kids them that I wouldn't be even begin to tell you the kind of position they have throughout America in their respected fields. But that's what basketball and just competing gives you that little edge and that little preparatory thing that that in this world is a competing world. You compete just like you're competing for a position, just like you're competing to win a game, and that's how basically the world is or society is. Yeah.
That's true.
Let me
Go
ask
ahead.
you this. You you touch on your most memorable moment as a coach. Talk about your most memorable team. I know you coach a lot of team, women and men.
Yeah.
Talk about your most memorable team and why this team was so memorable and special.
Okay. I had great teams, as you know, because whatever edition from Central that we have in girls gonna be pretty much up there. Not all the time we're gonna be win championship, but we're gonna be in the contention for. Um, the years with you guys, that was when Complex was formed in what I think correct me, 95. Um, I had my teams and so from that area from 95, 96, 97 up to 99. But the team that you guys have, that's the team that I most kind of affiliate with me because I did so much more with you guys. That's you, Francesca Garcia, Jessica Garcia, Lisha Liebert, and Pumpkin. All those girls because we did so much. I never traveled to the States with a girls team, but yet I traveled with you guys. Remember we went to Jacksonville. All those tournaments in Puerto Rico. Just from St. Thomas coming over, and by that time I had the Central High girls
Your
as a
phone,
top
Bow.
notch team. So when you come to
Bow.
play Central girls,
Bow.
you're in for a fight.
Er-
And so you guys are probably identify
Bow,
most because I did so much more with you guys. But
Bow,
I'm having a good team. But so your era team
Bow.
I just mentioned were there.
It's so
The team
funny.
that I think
It's
was stick
so
with me most.
Bow.
Bow.
But stop
Every
talking.
time you go in the car, you start breaking up.
It sound like you
Okay.
talking like it's fast forwarding.
Well, Lanis and Lamar there to help out with the technology, my son.
You see what about that? They're not allowed to go away about them, my son.
Ah man, Bo is crazy, my son.
Yeah. So, oh my God,
Hey,
this is funny, my son. I tell you what, my son, that Jamaican stuff in Barbados, my son. Oh my gosh, it just giving me memories of when Bob was really going off, my son. This man was so serious, and just to think back, I swear he had know who do it, and he still didn't know.
I want Bo to talk about a trip. One time we met to Puerto Rico to play in this tournament. This ain't no like school tournament or nothing. This was a tournament in the hood. When I tell I remember when we used to go Puerto Rico, they had this like this apartment complex like 50 miles long. It used to be like on the long side of the highway. We drive in for like 30 minutes and we still in like past the entire apartment complex. They got like police station.
Yeah.
They got like army base and so on in this complex because this complex is so bad.
So bad, yeah.
Imagine Bo taking a team to go play in a league in a tournament in that complex. So it was Bo as a coach, Tyrone, Dave, Olo, me. It was like only like 6 or 7 of us. I want to say we take partner from Freezing Bug, Biggs. Tyrone, help me with the name who I went on this trip, yeah. And of course,
Okay.
I
He
is the
said Black
youngest.
Dave.
Yeah, that's Tyrone brother. Not real brother, but brother by how that man grew up. Uh, I don't know, but anyways, my son, we playing in this tournament, my son, and it just feel like one team we playing. It feel like we playing against this gang, my son. Like one dude run across the bench while we playing them man, while we drugging them man, run across the bench, and this man there running in front of we like this, yeah, like running by like this, yeah, doing this, yeah, to us, and so this man got a bullet hole, a huge bullet hole in the head. Listen, I said to some boys, "What you got? We playing ball, my son." People, people up in the balcony at the apartments watching the game and just making kind of gestures to me, my son. So now we trying to hurry up and play, my son, so we could get out of here. Because you remember, we in the smart center of this apartment complex, and they got a kind of police station, army base on this apartment. That's how rough this area be in Puerto Rico, my son. And Boga, we played in this tournament, my son. Hey, my son, I ain't never been so frightened in my life, brother. I am just ready to get out of there because I still at high school. I, I, I probably was in 10th grade. Listen, I ain't wanted no part of that, my son. But we still went over there, and I don't even remember if we finished the tournament. After the first night, we were like, nah, sir, we ain't going back to that, then, my son. No, sir. Worst project in Puerto Rico. Yeah, Mr. Tyrone. It was the craziest heck, my son.
I try to
I,
remember the name of the project, man. MTV, yeah, MTV. I remember MTV went to Puerto Rico and they did a documentary.
I,
You know that
I
30-minute heck.
I remember seeing that, brother. I
Yeah,
remember I was telling my teammate them, my son, I play ball in there before, my son.
yeah.
Hey, when I tell you, like it just seemed like I kind of gang member on the side watching we play. And I swear the man are gonna kidnap we when we are done. So like that's just the vibes. Hey, I feel like, Mr. Like, if we win this game tonight, we ain't going home. We ain't going back to St. Croix, Mr. That's how we I feel, Mr. I telling that man. It was just weird. I in my head, Mr. Like, where both got we playing ball, Mr. But the tournament was still bad though. Even despite all of that, we still had a good time playing. You see what Tyrone said? Back when your mail just drop on the corner, the
On the
post office,
corner.
the mailman don't even go in there.
Jomo says in Ponce.
Jomo being neto. Jomo was neto.
That's
It
funny,
was
listen.
me and Jomo was the two young players on the team, and Tyrone, Dave, I want to say Olo were there. Um, a few other peoples, and a few other peoples that wasn't playing ball like ball. Like Bo had to like recruit some players from off the street, but they were older. I just can't remember who all was there.
That's crazy.
But that it was so
Oh my
funny,
gosh.
listen. When I saw that dude with the bullet hole in his head, that's when I know I was done, my son. I was ready to go. And he, I kid you not. This man run across our bench and do this to everybody that they at the bench. each and everybody, my son. I think, what is going on here, yo? And you know, we talk about Bo. Sometimes I gotta be the bouncer. Bo is right there with he. You know, like trash talking the dude. I'm like, son, Bo, we trying to go home, you know.
That's Bo, my son. Bo don't play, brother. Bo do not play.
No, Bo ain't easy. Bo ain't easy at all. But yeah, man, that was I wanted to ask him about that, my son, to touch on that. Who get in touch with Bo to come and play in this league, yeah, my son. Because we did not belong there at all.
Bo probably used to play. Bo used to probably play pickup games, and then when you were playing in Puerto Rico,
man, when I tell you, Dave and somebody about to fight on the court, Dave slapped somebody. No, hey, my son, me and Jomo like looking on like my son Pango, like me and Jomo like my son Jomo, what going on here, my son? We need to get out there, yeah, my son. Cause we the two young ones on the team, and fight start out, break out, my son. Somebody fouled Dave like hard, my son, and Dave won't have in that, my son. Dave just jump up and drive you a slap, my son. Boom, that man scrapping, my son. You just seeing people coming from all over, my son. I said, wow, we about to die in here now, my son. I telling you, it was so scary. Oh, I said Bo grew up in that era back in the day. My son.
yeah, man.
Well,
That's
people,
funny.
we seemed like we lost about to technical difficulties. I had so much questions to ask you based on the things that he was talking about. But as I can see, Bo got stories. Bo, somebody, I saw somebody posting the comments underneath the pictures that this interview gonna last for 5 hours. Bo would do that easy in his sleep with only he alone talking. If Tegan was on, my first question was gonna be, Bo, who could talk more, you or Tegan? And let him man battle it out.
I think my phone dead.
So your phone dead?
It going straight voicemail.
Because he wasn't even say use it here. Because he was in and out, so he didn't have his phone connected to a charger, so he probably died up there.
Yeah, all right, so we're gonna probably gotta get Bo back on another day.
Yeah, we just do a part 2 with Bo.
People, as you can see, Bo has been around the world, and Bo touched a lot of players, you know, boys and girls, and like Langi said earlier, Bo could make you feel like a player. Whether you could play or not, Bo could motivate you and make you feel like a player and actually turn you into a player. Bo is one of the men that I could see could start from scratch with somebody and just turn their basketball career around, like, you know, make them into something. And he is, you know how everybody that play a role on a team, Bo will make you play the best role you could play on a team. He would find your strength and make you the strongest part of that team, like as far as bringing out your potential and fit you where you need to be fitted. And playing for Bo, playing for Bo on Top Guns. Bo used to put so much on my shoulder, not so much on my shoulders, but put so much battery in my back. You know, like, you know, even as a young player playing between Tyrone, playing along Zorro, he never made me felt like I couldn't play on their level. You know, Tyrone was the best player on the island at the time. You know, nobody could have seen Tyrone at the time. And that man bring me in, like even Tyrone, you know, another one used to put a battery in my back. So, you know, like, Pan, when you get a bat, take these man, you know, like that man never make me feel like there was my superior and I can't hold my own between them, man. It's just like they used to bring me up to their level as a young player. They used to bring me up to their level. and I was acclimated into man league the best way ever. Playing alongside Tyrone, Dave, Olo, playing on that boat tutelage, and it was just fun, man. You know, every game we find a we go to Pueblo or Grand Union and go and buy orange, buy juice, Island Dairy juice, soda, junk food, order some pizza, and we would stay out there until the store closed after every game. You know, every game. Ain't not got one game in my league. We didn't do that. And especially when we win, I think one year we win, we stayed in front of Pueblo till about 2 in the morning celebrating. And then another year we win, we take the party to it was it Pier 57 in West?
Pier 59.
Pier 59.
Yeah, 69 or something like that. It was
We take
something like that. Pier, yeah.
we take the party and Pier 59. I had a bar and son. That was probably one of the first time I ever get drunk, son. Because the bar were open, like for the team. We were just getting drinks left and right, my son. Bar was open. That's probably one of the first time I ever get drunk, my son. Like stone drunk. But I can count at one hand how much time I ever get drunk, my son. I never like that feeling the next day. Never.
Langolo, you asked him about that team, right? He was talking about that team with you, Pumpkin, Francesca, Lichelle, and so on. How was that season like with Bough coaching?
I don't know what season he's talking about. I don't know if it's my last year or
what year you graduate?
2000.
Oh yeah.
But
So
I started off. It could have been my last year because my 11th grade year, I really didn't get to play much in my 11th grade year. So it had to be my last year. And we even had Kimberly too. Kimberly had transferred from Complex.
yeah, Kimberly Bepier, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and Kimberly, I think, was big baller that year too, as well. So we had a good 6. It was 6 of us.
I think it's that year too with Kimberly because Kimberly became like the bruiser.
Yeah.
She was like the rebounder and the bruiser.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it
must
must have been my senior year. Man, I think we were like unstoppable in the territory. It was hard to beat us, and the thing is and during, like, for me, when Bough was coaching, for me, like I said, I came from nothing, no basketball influence growing up. And, Bough actually saw me playing in junior high under Coach George, but I was just only a rebounder, learning the game and all of that stuff. So Bough pretty much strip everything I knew about basketball and instill in me a different shot. I probably used to shoot worse than Mountain.
No, I used to shoot worse than me because I remember you used to shoot with like both hands, like you, not like me, but your shot was just it was just like crazy. I remember that.
It was crazy, and Bough did everything he could to change my shot. I remember I used to shoot for my stomach. It used to come from my stomach. Bough said, none of that. And so I ended up shooting above just like a dude. And I think I was probably one of the only persons he worked with changing my shot, because everybody coming from a basketball background and everything. And Bough actually trained me as a guard. So the training was intense. So it was, everybody played a different position. Yeah, when we in the game, but our training was the same. It wasn't all taking me to the side and walk and post move. Nah, everybody get the same training. We dribbling through cones. We, everything. So he was training me as a guard when I was in school. So I had a little bit of guard skills. Matter of fact, playing in some of them games, he was like, Gilangi the ball, like she bring the ball up. Like, what I'm saying?
one thing I used to say about Complex and Central when the girls playing, like you could tell, like not saying nobody won't coach in Complex. Miller was a good coach and he had the
Yeah.
respect of
Yeah.
the girls them. But skills wise, you could have tell the difference between Complex
Yeah.
and Central
Mm-hmm.
because both players like they were skilled, like
Yeah.
left hand, right hand. Like
Yeah.
just really think about Pumpkin, really think about Lichelle, um, Langi, and Jessica, like Cheka. Um, what was that? I had a player from didn't I have a player that transferred down from Texas? She used to wear glasses.
Um, I don't know. I can't remember everybody.
Maybe it was a year before. Maybe it was a year before I come. Maybe when I was Central, she was there. But like both players were just skilled. Like everybody like could have played a point as you said.
Yeah,
I mean
because
Lambo.
we
Because
walked on that ball. I mean, we walked on skill. He wasn't. Ball really wasn't like a conditioning type coach. The conditioning came from oh God, what his name is our other coach. Uh,
Gardner,
no,
Champ.
Champ.
Yeah.
Condition. Oh God, we used to hate conditioning with Champ the son. Wow, jeez, I'm bread. But ball, what he
Pepper.
really
Who's
honed.
Pepper?
Oh, Peppa lived down in a whim.
That name
Peppa,
sounds so familiar,
All
me
right,
some
we
Pepper.
got
John,
ball.
John, what Peppa name is? Her
We
name
got
is
ball.
John.
We got ball coming back on right now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, he could tell you more about Peppa, but he honed in on our skills, like skill wise. He
Uh,
worked on everything from dribbling, everything. I had, like I tell you, I had no basketball skills whatsoever, none. Coming into Central, none. About made sure I left Central with basketball skills that be able to translate into college. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the ultimate Picasso to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
so, Bow, before you had all that technical difficulties going on,
John Lewis, yeah.
Langi, I asked you a question about what was the most, I guess, the
Wait,
best team that you could.
real quick, Punk. I want to give a shout out to Lichelle Lightboard.
Yeah,
We
and
got to shout her out
Right.
because I
he
know
right.
she
Right.
from since I was a little, since we young, and she's the real deal. So big up to Lichelle. I just want to shout
And
that out to she.
Well, definitely, I said.
Lachelle naming all these names, we had a lot of guns on our team, son. Where's that?
And
Well, breaking up again.
yeah, you hear me?
Yeah,
No, I mean, I don't know. Y'all hear me?
Not really.
no, you're breaking up bad.
Okay. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you might have to
Yeah.
connect to your Wi-Fi. You know how to do that?
Uh, and I won't even tell you where I'm at right now. But
Punk ain't playing.
let me wait.
Peter.
Yeah, man. So that's via for you, my son.
Yeah, Ulrika, that's Via for real.
I need to show it via.
That's Tegan boys right there. Via. That's Tegan there. Tegan got to handle that. Tegan handle your business. You need to handle them.
Bo should have went by Tegan to do the interview.
Oh God.
That's
What
what
Central
Central
had.
had used to blow us out.
Yeah, that's
proud-
true,
you-
Carrion. That's true,
You
Carrion.
proud to say that, hey, Carrion? Should be proud to say that.
She know greatness.
You should be proud. Should be proud to say that.
Carry on no greatness when she see.
Because when complex are open up, and we used to run through Central.
Let me tell you something. The team with the more them, we have beat them in St. Thomas at the MIK tournament.
But I used to go like back and forth with Ayo wins them. Like Ayo would beat them, they would beat Ayo. Ayo game them used to be so excited, Mister, because it was like each team had some dads, you know what I mean? Like Ayo had nobody for Mata, and like I said, our whole team were just skilled. So it was like a team effort for Complex. If Complex win,
Yeah,
it
we
was
have
like a
people from Atta.
huh?
We have people from Atta.
No, yeah.
I said
Mike has
that that's
Michelle.
not that's
We
not what I said.
what
I
you
said
said?
I said Ayo had nobody for Mata.
Oh,
Mata.
I you say
Yeah,
Atta.
yeah, yeah. Mata. Okay, I got you.
I thought you said we had nobody from Atta.
No, Ayo had nobody for Mata. Then Ayo was so skilled. Like
That's true.
we
That
didn't
was a
we
team effort, Miss On. Why bring she down?
right. And she wasn't the only one. Like she had Lisa, she had Danelle, you know, backing her up down low. And we had another. Oh, you did have a girl for Mata. What's her name? Her last name is White.
Like,
Her name starts with a C. I think she had Jerry Call.
which team you talking about?
Um,
For my time.
I forgot her name, man. Her mother was a big fan in the crowd, man. I think it was her mother. Bo, who you had on one of your teams? The last name was White. She had Jerry Calls. I think they were from Mumby Joe.
oh, Michelle White. That's her name.
And I think Bo brings she in. She didn't know a lick of basketball, and Bo brings she up in the ranks.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
could
still breaking up. Who was from Mobiju?
not at the moment. You ain't breaking up at the moment. No, we trying to just call off some names at some of your teammates.
Sister.
Preacher sister.
Oh, she was preacher sister.
Yeah.
Then she was a Williams. Then not White. My bad. What was her first name? Wasn't it Corliss?
Yeah, the connection tough for me, man. I don't know. I guess where I'm at. But y'all can hear me?
Yeah, but you're still breaking up a little bit.
Oh, Mama gonna bring you back on for another round.
Say something, Bob.
See if
Corliss, that's her name. Corliss. Well, they had another Corliss that used to play for Central Orleans. That played with Felicia them. So I don't know. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Viola. But I want to say the girl is preacher sister Langi. She had Jerry Call. She was about tall as Martha, but Martha was a little more advanced than her. Like Bo like really worked with her and guess she playing some good ball where she became a force down low. But I just can't remember. I can't remember her name. But I want to say she is preacher sister.
Well, we had Amber in my 11th grade year going against Martha.
Are you
Amber
sure did have
Lindquist.
Amber?
We
Are you
had
sure
Amber
did have
Lindquist.
Amber?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about Amber. Are you sure did have Amber?
Yeah,
Are you had a good team?
Yeah, we had. Like I said, me really play that much in my 11th grade year because the man suspended me.
Amber had a
Suspended
temper.
you? Wasn't that your 10th grade year when Martha was? That was had to be your 10th grade year, man. Because I graduated 2002, and I think Martha was a senior that year.
In 99?
No, Martha graduated. Martha graduated 98.
Yeah, Martha graduated a little earlier than you.
She graduated with Tegan and Bogas then, 98.
So 98, yeah. So around that time, I was just getting onto varsity. So Amber, we had Amber Rose, some of the core, some of my core, Michelle. Pumpkin, Checker, all them I were playing too.
Bambi. Who's Bambi? See, Viola, you up in the earlier years, man. We talking a little. Portia probably was there when Complex are open, but I know for sure Charmaine wasn't in Central when Complex are open. Think Portia's senior year Complex open. Because Portia was in Central when I was in Central. But Portia is another girl both take underneath the wing, like just you playing basketball. And Portia had some wicked handles with someone, and Bo just work on her confidence, and she just became a play a pivotal role on Central team. She used to play point for them. She used to hit down some trees. You know, Bo is definitely a technical person when it comes to like if you're left hand weak, if you're right hand weak, he can work on that pivot. That he can point out that, and that's what we gonna focus on. And before you know it, you can't let you go right, can't let you go left. Yeah, that's before Complex open up.
How was?
But
Oh, go ahead, Pan.
no, I was going to ask. Somebody mentioned the name Pepper. Like that name sounds so familiar to me. Like who's
Pepper played
Pep?
with me. She graduated with me, Jermaine Lewis. She was dark skin girl, dark skin chick
I know you're talking about.
from
Yeah,
West.
I know. Yeah, I know her.
Yeah, Pepper played down in the post too.
How was those practices like with that team that you guys had? You guys had such a good team. Like, how was
Uh,
practice?
to be honest, it practice. It wasn't like going to practice. It was like
Going
I
to a
don't
game.
know. It's like going to a game. Like you know how people dread practicing and stuff and working on their craft. Man, we would drop anything to practice any day. You name it. Lunchtime in the afternoon. It don't matter. We stay in the gym. We stayed in the gym. Sometimes we used to skip class in the gym
Right.
just to work on our game. And, yeah, I mean, it was great. It
When
was.
when I was in Central, I used to be in gym every period. No, in Sheen Lane, man. Like I used to be in every one about gym class them playing ball.
Mm-hmm.
Every last one about gym class them playing
Yep.
ball.
We
And
had
then
gym every period.
even when I was in Central, even though I was on the boys team, I always practiced with the girls team. I always work with Bo on the girls team. Because I didn't really play for Central. I play in one tournament when I was on Central team. One tournament in Puerto Rico. That was it. The very last tournament of the year playing. And I kind of work hard to get my grades to look good just to play in that tournament. And when the tournament passed, I went right back to skipping. I just didn't like classmason, not at all. But that year there, it like Complex was a blessing, honestly, because if Complex didn't come around, 10th grade would have probably been my last year in school. Honestly, I telling you, ain't no ifs, no ands, no
Oh my
doubt
god,
about it.
that's crazy.
Central 10th grade would have been my last year in school because it just didn't make sense for me to go to school because I just didn't go class in Central.
Yeah,
Zero.
you were there for sports like Dwayne he said.
Just for the not even for that. Honestly, not even for that. The man, like we used to, it just used to be so easy to skip. Like on the tough, like you come school in the morning, you catch bus go school in the morning. Everybody meet up on the tough. Some man branch off for their first period class or whatever, but they still got 10 man on the tough. Like if 20 man on the tough, like 6 of them man, 7 of them man branch off, girls or whatever branch off to go class, but they still got 10 to 15 people still on the tough. You talking, you get into a conversation, boom, first period done. Everybody coming through the tough. Some of them, the people them that didn't go first period, they gone to their second period. But no, they got a new set of people staying in for second period. So like I always had something to do on the turf, and I just didn't have the the dedication or the motivation like to push myself. You know what? Go class, my son. Like that, my life was on the turf. And then like when I get like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, then I go down in the gym and I spend the rest of the day down in the gym. That's how my central life was.
That was crazy. So we got Bo back. We got Bo back. Bo look like his connection good.
Yeah, I think yeah, because I get a Wi-Fi from right next to a Python house, so I had to get somebody to run and give me the
The code.
password. So I don't have Wi-Fi now, so I should be a lot stronger.
Yeah, big
Good,
up to
good,
that
good.
person. We appreciate that person.
Yeah, yeah,
Hook you up.
they came to my rescue. I was really distraught
Yeah.
right there, but
But how your battery life looking?
I got a phone and charging. The battery life I gone to.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
I got charging, so I plug in. I get somebody to give me a car too, so I got everything set.
good, good,
All
good.
right, you good. So Langalo, I get you was asking about that question.
about his most memorable team.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said he took you guys. He don't travel with y'all's team, and he took you guys to
Yeah,
the
No,
well,
state
he
I
said he
traveled the
never
farthest with them.
traveled in the
Yeah.
states with
in the
us,
states. Okay.
with a girls team. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this too. I mean, all of them. I had some. I mean, every team is a unique team, and of course, whatever era, maybe not in that particular year, but at some point, we won championship. So everything is cherished the same way. But I think because of the era where with that 96, 7, 8, 9, around there was a lot of competition. Complex had just come into the forefront. So and they had a pretty reputable, strong girls team. Basketball at that time was just actually starting to flourish, girls and boys. And then we also took trip to the States and Puerto Rico. So we kind of like was in the kind of the climax of some real good competition, and the sport was flourishing at that moment. After that, it kind of went on a decline again, and which at the present, again, I mean, it's so bad that we said that St. Croix don't really have a league because only Central and Complex. So I've been just pushing girls to tournaments and that way to keep at least some kind of games under the belt. But it's been a kind of, I don't know, shameful thing to me because I always say, there's a thing called Title IX, which is equal opportunity for girls. And at some point in the VI, we did football, inter island, we did baseball, and all that was under the premise because what they didn't have enough teams to field. So guess what? The same premise existed for girls, but guess what? With girls again, sweep under the rug. However, and longer know this year, we gave out more scholarship for girls in basketball than for boys. You know what I'm saying? So the girls then do more with less. I mean, it's just that's what it is, and so it just was just kind of disappointing to have these kind of roadblocks when you know that the girls basketball was in and kind of in tune to be something where we could be top notch to anybody in America, and
Was
and
it
so therefore we let that slide down again, and now it's gonna be a while to build that back up. So my team with Deslinden and Michelem and Pumpkin and Ambanal was in that those climatic years where competition was really good. Mumbai, you don't know when you see that Central Complex games, them or even Chicken Hawks, it's some good notch basketball to the very high level, and
Yeah.
we attest to that, and we're not there. We fall off again, and my job now again is to get us back to that stage.
That was a squad. I got the Semison. I think I would have give some of them boys team a run for the money, especially like
We did
Good
in
Hope and
Yeah,
in
we
them
yeah.
team.
The problem with that team there that I didn't have the size of the post present because Desden was tall, but she wasn't really a post player, and I didn't have that kind of post play. So I did a lot of stuff that actually they're doing now, which is like what you call this dribble drive, drive and kick, and kind of offenses that they're
Yeah.
using now, even in the NBA. Matter of fact, they're using no post player. Sometimes the NBA they go 5 out, and I remember doing that flirting with that a little bit, having 5 out. I remember with Marta, and I said, okay, Martha too big for me inside, but I would like her to guard one of my players them outside. So I spread the whole court and okay, Martha, you tough for us inside, but you gotta guard us outside too. And then of course, I had more of the ball handlers because the key to girls basketball is to have ball handlers, girls that could get from point A to point B. And then the shot. The shot is always important, but I think the key in girls basketball is be able to handle the ball and get from point A to point B, in a controlled manner.
Mumba, you
Yeah.
got you got to say some of these names who we can't see because some people are calling us some names and dropping some gems.
That was
Who
Michelle said, yep, chicken hawks.
and okay,
That was Michelle. Oh,
okay,
you
okay,
see,
okay.
Yeah. The mama tell them what they gotta do to get your name showing up.
To be honest, I'm not even sure how to do it. I was talking to somebody the other
Okay.
day about that, and I still
You
don't
gotta
know
click
how.
the stream. What is it? The StreamYard link to give permission.
No. This is for like when they're watching the stream on Facebook. I don't
Yeah,
know what happened.
How you
Facebook.
seeing the name? How you seeing the name Langi?
I'm looking at my Facebook page.
Okay, so you went to your Facebook page.
No, I went
Yeah.
to the podcast. The elite
Yeah, the
podcast.
podcast. Yeah, because it's streaming to the podcast group, to the
Yeah.
podcast page, and to YouTube. But see, I as the host, and I could see all the comments from all the different the destination, whatever you want to call it. But they don't pop up on my screen either. They just have Facebook user, and then some names will pop up like Alrika name popping up, and then I just post all the comments. So I post in everything that I see in, and that's how I see it. But I still have it running on my phone too, and that's how I can see the names them.
Yeah, there's a link that'll come up that is StreamYard link to give
You talk about the link I sent you?
no, when they
Oh.
going into the live, there's a link that they have to click to give permission to show their name.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's StreamYard. I forgot what it called.
It's StreamYard, yeah, StreamYard. That's the link, yeah. So
I don't see that when I go to the live.
Because you good. You probably already gave permission already.
No, because I don't see the names in.
see, I have the Facebook app. I have the Facebook app, so
What
I don't
do
have
you
to
not
do.
know? Anyway,
what?
basketball.
I think unless they don't have unless they're not watching it through the Facebook app, that's the only thing I can think
They're
of.
watching it through Facebook. They making
But I mean the app. Like on my phone, I have the app, so I don't never have to go through any link. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm not sure though.
I got
You
it.
know? Yeah.
Somebody just post the link in there. Somebody just post it.
Oh, Latoya. Yeah, Latoya.
Yeah. So you
All right,
got-
well let's get back to ball for real.
yeah.
So, Bob,
here.
I got this question I want to ask you here. I think it's a pretty good question. What you coach boys and you coach girls? What's the big difference in coaching boys and coaching girls?
Well, the big difference is the
Girls will listen, boys don't.
right. I mean, in a nutshell, yeah. The girls them assimilate a lot more of your, let's say, for example, your plays them and stuff that you project to them in terms of strategy. The boys them, especially at that level, they just salivating because of the, whatever talent they may have. They may be able to, jump, dribble, shoot. But they gear more on their individualism, and the girls are more pleasant because the girls could execute something. I mean, I've done it so many years, so I know I could attest to it. If you design something on the coaching pad, the girls would understand it a lot more than the boys for whatever reason. I guess the boys, high level. If you're in a high level basketball, you're gonna know all these things. But I thought that in here when I was in dealing with the high school level, that the girls them would catch the plays them a lot better. And I try to, because of that those years doing both boys and girls, I say, you know what, I ain't gonna kill myself. So a lot of the times if you wanted to scout Central boys team, you could have scout the girls team. Not Deslin time. Well, I wasn't the head coach back then. It was Jarvis. But from the time, I became when I took over head coach girls and boys. You gotta scout the girls and know what I'm gonna run. I pretty much run both, just to keep it. I might tweak certain things differently, but the girls them assimilate up way better than the boys them, and that was that was a definitely given, and so it was a pleasure to see something girls them execute. Boys them, they might beat their man off the dribble or off their speed or off their physical attributes, but the girls them use were a lot more strategic and understand the strategy a lot more.
Look at Langolo smiling
We
from
believe
ear
in
to ear.
yes, we believe in strategy. Y'all boys just like to showboat.
Yeah,
And all I want to do is score.
yeah, that's true. I agree with you. Pang Tigan, yeah.
Forget
I
all the
was I was not a showboat.
No, you wasn't. You wasn't. You wasn't.
I might have been a coconut, but that was not a showboat.
Anytime you play ball on assistant, use a coconut. I'm telling
Barefoot,
Pang, you know that
barefoot
play.
though.
You know Larian Code was assistant, right? Okay.
Both
Yeah,
court, top and front and back. Both court there and
assistant.
assistant.
Yeah, thank God nobody dropping in the system, but there was system. But but Pang did a pretty good job. But like I said, for the most part, girls assimilate stuff a lot better.
Okay. Latoya, thank you, Latoya. You look like a lot of people is able to do it, and now the name
No,
and
yeah.
everything showing up.
I
So
I could see all the names now.
yeah, so big up
Okay.
to Latoya, Latoya Mena, big up.
Okay.
So, Bo, I wanted to ask you this question. You touch on this only a little bit. You slide through it. So
yeah, carry on.
you
This is crazy.
at the latter part of your career coaching, you actually went back to college. You said you only did the 2 years at Michigan,
Right.
but
Right.
you actually went back to college, and that was a good feeling for me because you went back to college when I was still in college. You went to the same school Langi went to, and it was such a good feeling to tell my coach when I was playing that the assistant coach and the opposing team is who teach me because
Yeah.
he used to be all like at my game. He was like that dude was had the highest regard for my game, and
Yeah.
it felt so good that I could have showed he who teach me how to play ball, and you were getting playing on the opposing team, getting beat up from we, and but felt so good. Felt so good to see you on the other end. But like, talk to me about what was the reason or where did the motivation came from to go back to school and to get your
Well,
degree and
well, well. I see some comments from some of the guests, there, Mark Daniels and Lichelle. So I'm going to answer that. But to going back to the motivation, I always had academics as like I said at my forefront, even though I deviated, and I made a promise to my father. At some point, even though I aspired to be a chemical engineer, so I went ahead and I said, well, let me finish up these credits that I did have, and I went ahead to Voorhees. But in doing that, like I said, no decision really is a bad decision as long as you make the decision and you have your true conviction to execute it. I met some of my Steve Pang. I met Pang at Edward Waters, and I was so proud to see him there. And likewise, he's telling them about me. I'm telling them about him, and he lived up to everything that I said too. And it gave me a great experience at Voorhees because you know what, I didn't have that on my resume, but Pang, technically I went down as assistant coach, but in real life, real time, the guy actually let me be the head coach. So I was like the assistant head coach because he said after he see my I guess he Googled I looked up and saw my stuff with the national team. He said, man, you know what? I'll do this. I do the recruiting, you do the coaching. So that's why sometimes we used to have an issue with the referees because the referee trying to give a tech for the coach standing, and then the head coach said, no, he's standing. At least one coach could stand, right? But they, usually in America, you assume that it's just the head coach standing. But I'll be the one standing and yelling and, being that animated self that I usually am and going through that. And, it kind of like, it put me on the map in that way where I could say, you know what? I took the school to two back-to-back nationals. And Pang no went about NAIA nationals in Kansas. And we went there back-to-back times. So, and then coach against the top teams in the country, and still were competitive or had options to win too. So I said to myself, you know what, I could do this thing here. I did it home. I know I'm doing it in another platform, and that time, I also was doing it with a national team in the international level. So it kind of gave me another, like, a kind of cherry or icing on the cake, where I said, you know what, at the collegiate level, I actually did a team, practice them, do everything, and got them prepared for season. In the States, you do a lot of preparation,
Right.
because you get more attention, because you get, the resources are there, and the kids, and they know they need you, they want to get that scholarship. So you pretty much, they at your command. So I had that experience, and it was a great thing. And and I didn't think so much people like not only Pang, but Akeem,
Akeem.
Akeem Lewis, who else? There were quite a bit of few other guys that end up at Voorhees, where I saw them now going there to play in this school, and they were like, "Wait, Bo, you at Voorhees? Well, you know what? I come in there, transfer in there," and they did, And even Deslin, because Deslin was at first at Houston Tillotson, and she had that, the unfortunate passing of her mom, and Deslin cried with me, and I said, you know what, Deslin, just come by me, and so said, and I guess that was just a beautiful moment, that I had her there with me. I had other people, and it was just, I was doing my thing, but yet I said, you know what, I'm not gonna fall into this basketball thing, because that's what, because sometimes you're kind of that double-edged sword. I needed to concentrate on my school, and I helped enough people. I did this in basketball, but so I end up dealing with it still. But I got my degree, and that was a math degree, and I came back home in '05, and to present I teach math at Janice Woodson School.
That's what's up. How was it balancing school and coaching?
It was tough at first, because you know what, because when I coach, I go all out, and it's hard to be a coach that you go everything. It is, you even
You
when
were
the game,
driving.
yeah, even when the game is over, you still. But I happen to have, like how Destin saying, I was driving this guy. He's actually have a VI lineage. Frank Highland, the track coach at Vor. He's at Benedict now, and he said, "Look, man, I know you need a little change, and he let me be the driver for the teams, basketball and track." So guess what? So now I'm driving. Have to drive. I still got to do my school, my classes, because I'm taking math. I'm gonna tell you, in the math department, if you go to any big school and you see the graduation, you see anybody from math, you're gonna see about 2 or 3 people. And in our case, it was just me and Des, me and Deslin in the math department, because nobody goes for math. Just as a did. Like, what the hell I'm gonna do with this? But
Yeah.
I took the challenge, and she got her degree also, and she continued on. And so it was quite a challenge at first when I have to drive, because sometimes, for example, if I go down to Florida Memorial to play, like he's playing Florida Memorial, so we're gonna drive down those 9 hours or whatever to Florida. We're gonna play, and usually a designated driver, while you're playing, he or she's gonna be he's gonna be sleeping or resting in the van. No, I'm coaching. So I'm going drive, then coach, and then got to tear back up north to South Carolina. And it was just, I always dread those things when it's called 3, 4 hour, 5 hour rides. And I dread them to the most, because I learned, hey, you can't fight sleep, man. I put, you want me to tell you this here, everybody? I put ice on my
I was just about to say that. Use the one that teach me about the ice on your eyelids.
Yeah. So, and then, so when we stop to eat and so forth, if I do eat, what's going to happen with that when you eat. And so sometimes, we eat, and I look back, and there's nobody, everybody's sleeping in the van. So there's nobody to that. So, I call home or something, or talk to somebody. But so I didn't fall into that trap and eat. But I would get a cup of ice, and I will hold an ice cube to my eyeball. And if you hold it on the left eye, and then I go back to the right, so my left eye not getting high beam. And then now I go back to the right. I'm telling you, it was the best thing that worked. And we had all kind of things about taking the mint candies them and so, but slapping a cube of ice on your eyeball, man, that wakes you up. And I did that technique because, listen to me, that driving and while you coaching and still, it's like, just crazy. I respect people who do that there, but so I had experience with that too. So I had to juggle that, and then of course, when you're an athlete, it don't matter what time you come back from game, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. You got class, you got
Right.
assignment, you got to get it done. Nobody want to hear nothing but else about what you had to do or what sport you had to play. So that that had to inquire a good bit of discipline. But you know what? It was fun. I didn't want to do it. Like I said, I went up there just for to finish my degree. I went there by the court. I saw somebody shoot. I just tell them, hey man, if you turn your foot left here, this, that. All I did was say that, and then that was it. The word was, hey, this guy is a coach. And then the head coach came, and and I said, you know what? I feel like the Godfather 3 when Al Pacino said, man, the mafia just drags me back down in the mafia, I can't get away. So I said, well, you know what? Let me learn to juggle both things. And I did. And I guess it was been my repertoire because, like I said, later on, I juggled both being girls and boys coach. I juggled everything, So I had my share, It's pleasant fun though, but it could be taxing, for the most part.
Well, I gonna give you some props because I definitely proud of you on that aspect there because the year before you came, we were definitely beating up on Voorhees with no challenge. And then the year that you came, we meet up in the conference finals.
Right.
To play against each other, and you brought them along to that.
Yeah,
to
that was in Fayetteville,
North Carolina.
Yeah, Fayetteville. Yeah.
And so we play you in the championship game, and I'll let you say the
and
results,
you know what?
I mean?
You're very right. You all had a tremendous NAIA team, great shooters. Your point guard was magnificent.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, my strategy was, to be. I had one thing, and one thing we do home that we do good. We're aggressive on the ball. Whether you implement it in a press or some kind of half court pressure, but we're aggressive. And I always had the belief that, you go to attack first. And even though most people play at Edward Waters, that's Pang's team, they're kind of at their mercy. But we came and we attacked you, and we always had that mindset. On paper, I don't think we was as good, but we come into you and you gotta prove us. And it's all the luck of the job. We made some shots and we end up beating arguably one of the favorite teams to win the tournament. So we were a dark horse and we won the tournament. And from since then, I believe that anything is possible. So even in the NBA, like in this instance with Miami, I never the write off. I don't put things ahead of it. I look. You know what? I'm gonna tell you this here. From that same tournament in the girls division, it was I think it was Benedict. I'm mistaken. Benedict was the champion team, and I remember them playing Edward Waters. And Edward Waters, you guys won the girls though, I think.
Right. Yeah.
And that was an upset because remember, and you guess what? Prior to the girls' game, I was hearing the coaches and the staff saying, "Hey, listen, get the cameras hook up on this angle, get this." So they were already anticipating a win. Right. And I said to myself, you know what? You don't do that. No way in sports. Don't ever put the cart in front of the horse. The Lakers saw what happened with that. You never do that. It might look imminent. Like, who in the world would bet on this team? But guess what? God above. Anytime you do that, you kind of blight yourself. And guess what? It happened that way. And Edward Waters girls now won the championship where they had no business beating Benedict, who had all kind of girls, actually Division I potential team prospect. And so therefore, I always say, you know what? I always be hungry, go and attack. Even if I'm favored, I'm gonna act like I'm the underdog. And the key thing is it's just a mindset. Good old VI ball, we're gonna play to the and that's something I attribute to if you look at all VI player, any coach you go on the island, they never quit, they're gonna hustle to the end. They may not know the game as well, but they're gonna give you a total concerted effort. And if you mold that and bring some kind of strategy to it, you have a fighting chance. And that's what I learned from that, dealing with that NAIA level at Voorhees.
Well said.
Mark, Daniel question: have you ever thought about starting a travel club girls basketball team?
Right. Yeah. Well, right now, Mark hit it on the nail. Mark, I respect Mark a lot. One of better sports minds and that we still have around in the territory. And Mark, you're right on point. I have thought on it. I keep thinking on it, and I'm hopefully trying to start. I was gonna do it this summer, but you all know what's going on now. But I said, at this junction in my life where I played for one Central, I played this, it's time now to address the VI as a whole and start using club teams to get out there. And that was interscholastic and all that stuff could help, but we still need more. Remember, we're deprived in the fact that we're not connected to 10 or 20 high school in a 30-mile radius. So we gotta make sure we get our girls out there, and the club team is the best thing that could happen. And at club, I mean for the different age groups. Also, right now I'm in the capacity of vice president for the Basketball Federation for the District of St. Croix. The president is all Baker, and then we have two vice presidents, one from each district, Dean Adams and myself. So we have that same mentality where we're gonna bring all those lower 15 and under, 17 and under, 16 and under, all those levels that we neglected. We're trying to bring that back to at least help that cause that we said, to bring back that local talent that we so much in need of, that we don't have, and that we used to have so abundant before. So yes to that. I will definitely entertain starting a club team in whatever capacity it may be, in whatever age group. So that's a definite goal for me for the upcoming New Year God's Spirit.
What you think it'll take, what I'm saying, for something like that to happen? You think y'all have buy-in from like the VI? I don't know what type of resources.
Well, I mean, you're talking about for the clubs.
Yeah.
For the clubs, you pretty much got to grab the bull by the hand and just be aggressive. Get out there to people. Let your sentiment be known. A lot of times we ask, oh, so and so, and give nothing, but you didn't present yourself to them anyway. So it's about getting there, presenting yourself, seeing that the general public has a view of what goes on at the basketball level for these girls. The national team helps, especially if we go the route where we deal with these lower categories, and just try to the summers be more proactive, and any good business wants to be attached to something that's successful. It don't have to be successful in wins, but successful where you see girls actually improve in their game from point A to point B, and anybody want to be affiliated with that. So getting sponsors is one thing. Having something drafted to have a package where be a little more appealing to the corporate sponsors out there. I'm not going to depend on the government all the time. I learned that. I did that for many years, and not to file them or not, but there's certain protocols that go through that we can entertain at this level. So the best thing is to get out there, get this corporate sponsors that is out there. I mean, if you really want to do the work, and then find tournaments. That's another thing. You could pretty much go online and find a whole myriad of tournaments to have them out there. Girls and boys. Once they leave our island, trips are the regulator. Remember, you can attest to that. I mean, you go on a trip, it changes you. You get a good life because you live in a hotel. Sometimes you may have the access to the pool or not, but you kind of say, you know what, this kind of life I like. But then you got to say, you know what, to get this here, I need to be in school. I need to be on track because I can't play if I fail it. So it is my great equalizer. That's what I use to a lot of my girls, them who are deprived in many different ways, is that when you get them on a trip, they know from that point on that this is what I want, or at least I want a part of this here in my life for this period of time. Exposure, and that goes a long way. And I right now I attest to that. I have Anisha George who plays for the national team. I think she's trying to get her overseas contract now. And I mean, Anisha was as tough to deal with as you could get. And everybody would be telling me, and this is me. I mean, you could hear 100 people telling you, oh, she's too rude, she too this. And yeah, she is. But guess what? You know what? I always go under this mantra: ain't a sin unless they know it's a sin. So they may not be ignorant to that. That's just their way of how they got brought up. So my job now is to get them the right way. And I know for a fact, 100% sure, if I put you in these conditions where you see good life, where you see, you're amongst your peers, who loves that? Who don't like that? You're traveling to another island, another country, and that's all it takes. And now you have somebody that would have never probably get opportunity to see anything outside of maybe the VI or Puerto Rico, now be able to see other continents and so forth. So that is a great equalizer in sports too. So again, would Mark made that, to attest to what Mark is saying, Mr. Daniel, I definitely wholeheartedly would love to now start into the realms of having clubs for these respective age groups for girls. So that's a definite given.
Well said, man. Amazing. Well said. Absolutely
Yeah.
right. Absolutely right, man.
Yeah. So
So,
yeah.
on a lighter note, Bow, earlier when you were having your phone issue, I touched on a tournament that we play in Rico in the project. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Well, I like I said, with those club teams, that was kind of a club team. Back in the 90s, affiliated with a organization, Top Guns, and we had a man league team. We did pretty good, but we also did cater to the that 16, 17, 18, 19 age group. So I had an offer to play in a tournament. It was a housing tournament in Puerto Rico. It was an upstairs gym, and I think it was I'm not sure what it was, 17, 18 and under. I don't know.
I don't
I'm not
remember
sure.
the age.
Yeah,
I don't remember the age.
but I know for a fact, and let me tell you, like I said, I had a Joe Jaber. Everybody, Tom, Joe helped me out so graciously, and he had taught a lot of my cars. He got kids tickets to go to college, even SAT. Sometime back then, if you weren't scheduled for the SAT, you got to take it as standby, but you had to pay like $50 or $75, and he will be there. Anything for education. So I got the funding from him, got the checks, and we went over to Puerto Rico and played. It was a really rough year there. I had Terry Simon too. And,
Terry Rodeto, yeah.
Terry was there. Jomo, Dapwell, Kasim. Kasim didn't get to go. Kasim got lit. His mom was aunt didn't let him go. So, they teased him and so forth. He still talk about that, but he didn't get to go. But
Tyrone,
they had so much fun. The exposure was so great. I think it was myself and Mr. Jarvis, and we just take it upon ourselves. Let me just carry a team to Puerto Rico and see how that works out. And I didn't do that until last November when I took a 30 and under team with Tegan, Tegan and Spot and Coffee. We took them to Puerto Rico, and we lost in the championship game to a 30 and under team. I think the restriction was you got to be 30 and under, and then you can't have a pro contract. So it was pretty good basketball. Those that right below, kind of like a pro team, and we lost in the championship game. But since then it had been like so much years past. So I got to do more of that if I still got any life. Hopefully, my daughter Lanice, who is following my steps, and she's a great coach. She might have better attributes than me myself, but hopefully when I do hang it up, she'll be the one to continue. But she's doing it now, but to really carry on, my legacy and what I try to instill and get done, accomplished in basketball for both girls and boys.
I
But Pong didn't think it was fun.
I
was fun.
I was telling them about the dude that come and stand up in front of our bench, and he was like this to everybody.
Oh, well, I mean, guess what? We're dealing with Puerto Rico. I mean, not to knock anybody, but Puerto Rico about that time, let's face it, a lot of the criminal elements were involved, but they too had their issues with crime, and they did that, but they pushed sports way more than us. But we had this player, man, he had a hole in his head, a deep gully, and I was like, what the hell? What is that? They said, yeah, that's a bullet wound. I said, what? He got shot in his head. Well, that same player, I don't know what he picked on or who he had it on with us, but you know, he was doing this little trick, sign in front of us, and you know, I was like, okay, I know I'm gonna have to bring my game here because I know I'm gonna protect these guys. I don't want nothing happen to them. You know, their parents or guardian entrusted them to me, so I got to definitely. So I was a little nervous of that because I know how over there it could be, but it was just so strange that another group came up to us and they, you know, that, hey, don't worry, we got your back. I guess
Right.
they were their enemies, so I guess how they
The
say
rival.
the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
know, so that kind of thing we think, but again, you could track that up to just experiences in life, experiences, and that's the key thing in life. Go through life with a lot of experiences so that you could know it could mold you for, you know, for your second half of your life, where you're more mature part, where now you could be a more contribution factor to society.
Did you remember the name of the project?
Um, well, no, the team, yeah, they were. They had you had Joren Torres, you had Puerta de Tierra, La
No,
Perla.
he wanna know where we play. You remember it wasn't that big project. You know when we always go
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, we used to see that big project along the highway coming
Yeah,
like when
yeah,
we
that's Joren Torres. But we played more in the San Juan area. It was an upstairs gym. It actually was a gym belonging to the YMCA. It was an upstairs gym. I mean, if you're talking about that one that we did with on our own, that was more in the old San Juan area. But
Mm,
nonetheless, because you know how Puerto Rico is, man.
yeah.
You know, it could go from 0 to 90 in no time. But
Right.
you know, so I was really cautious with that. You know, but for some reason they kind of they saw Jarvis, and you know I always thought on that they saw Jarvis and they kind of like backed down. I guess they saw like maybe Jarvis might be like, I don't know. They look at him as like I, don't, I don't know what
Food.
for whatever
They,
reason, but
they look at it like food.
yeah. But you know, we got that and we got out of there and I, you know, and then I think later on we had taken a walk in the Condado area and the next group came up to me and tell us, you know, don't worry about anything, we got your back and so forth. But you know, I wasn't hearing that. I'm just worried of getting these kids back to their respective homes, you know.
I
But
think I think that night we went to like a carnival. We went to like a village.
um let me see.
It had like a parade earlier, and then it was like a village. We went to like a carnival to
Let-
end the trip.
I'm trying to recollect where that could have been. And, you know, I've done so much trips that thousands
Right,
of trips
right.
that it's just hard to think. But and that's another thing. But knocking on that point, that was another thing too. The trips ain't just for basketball, and that
Right.
was one thing I always learned. I know some teams you say, you know, even when you have girls, you know, you try to keep them because you know in these time of age, you gotta keep them a little. But man, we mingle just as much, and it's just experiences. You know, get to know the opponent, get to know the so-called enemy or opponent. You have to know that that's just because we're playing ball, but in event of, you know, in a lifetime, they might be your best friends or they might be people that you have an acquaintance with and so forth. So my thing was actually the social life along with it. When I go travel, that's why it was so much hard work. I'm gonna carry you to places where you got carnival, places where you can see the cultural part. So that's also part of these trips that we do with these teams. It's not just to go play wham bam and you're done, win, lose or draw. It's for you to see and recognize how other people do it, how other people live, and basically, you know, the things that you need to do to excel in your discipline. So that was part of it, and Desmond could attest to that. I was very lax when it come to having them, you know, see things and do things. I never was the type to put restrictions because I know one thing: you put too much restrictions, they're gonna find a way. So
That's true.
they're gonna find a way. And so I always, you know, let them know that hey, y'all old enough, y'all know right from wrong, you know what's good or what's bad. Don't cross that line, you know, respect each other. And that was basically it. You know, and I, you know, up to this day I never really had no major incident with any of my teams, them for that matter.
So every time we used to go Puerto Rico, one of the things I used to always love to see is like how respected you is in Puerto Rico. Like
Yeah.
how did you earn your stripes over there? Like what did you have to things that you had to go through to earn your stripes over there and make a name
Well,
for yourself?
I think just being my character, I have I even growing up here in the VI, I really don't have no class barrier. I mean, no class barrier. Yeah, barriers. I pretty much, you know, you could see me in you could see me mixing it up in with a family dinner in Buccaneer, or I could be in Chabot playing ball. You know what I mean? I had no. And what happened when I played ball in Puerto Rico? Just playing ball in Puerto Rico, you're gonna be recognized because they have a lot of TV games, so you're gonna be a household name. But yet, I always, even to them, I always give back. I've gone to their juvenile jails, have games, stayed in the barrio. Sometimes, when you get these contracts, they could put you up in hotels or you could stay, you pay, but I stay with friends in the barrio. The barrio means in the neighborhood, in the hood,
Mm-hmm.
as they all
Yeah.
say. And so they cherish that. They love that. They cherish that. The owners, and this is another thing. They have this kind of stigma where they think that and this is a part I think would be more that athletes are kind of limited in their thoughts and their in their knowledge. And with me, Desmond gonna tell you I know a little bit of everything. I mean, my passion is I know. I mean, I might be reading a mathematical problem, or I might be reading something on National Geographic. I'm always there. So what happened is these owners and coaches, these owners are big time lawyers, businessmen. A lot of them, well, all of them are millionaires. But when they know the regular athletic talk, the regular talk, about the court and so. But when they hear somebody talking about, what's going on in America, the political realms in the states, in Puerto Rico, talking about something scientific. So when they saw me, that they were like, wait, man, you different. You're not and I go out and stuff, but my passion is like, I always, like how I say, I seek knowledge, and that's what you must do as a human being. Seek knowledge,
It's true.
seek to know the unknown. And because of that, when you sit with these people, like I said, and I'm gonna just turn this here quickly. In 1982, I was in Michigan State. The owner, Jerry Buss, that's Jeannie Buss's dad. That was the real owner for the Lakers, right? Remember, Magic is up there. Magic come up there, and he would come by, and he was a really fanatic of pickup basketball. So Magic up there, and so I'm there one day, and I think the agent for Magic, he was named Dr. Tucker. So Jerry Buss came up. He had this big limo. He had a Playboy vaccine girl with him and all that stuff. And I'm playing pool with him. And most of the athletes, even the stateside guys, they had players from all over. They would just gravitate because Magic had that influence. At the time, Magic would bring Isaiah Thomas. I was there when Isaiah got his first car, his first Mercedes Benz. It was a blue one. He didn't even know how to drive that well. Some of these big time athletes that, legends that you all know that know him playing, I was there rubbing shoulders with them. So, but they're going to give you that certain time. But when I played with Mr. Buss, we played pool. And I asked him, I said, sir, how much money you make? And he was like, well, I make 200 million net, and we talking about what, 40 years ago, right? So, what we talking about. So I was like, wow, these owners. And then when he said something about the Virgin, and I expressed what I know where I'm at in the world, where I'm at in relation to Puerto Rico, the world, and all that stuff, and just keep conversing, and as they go along, they don't respect you because they're like, okay, this guy is knowledgeable of where he's at in this world, and the topics for me are just universal. I could sit here just like you see me running my mouth with basketball, but I could run my mouth with math, with science, with any politics, you name it. And that's the key. That's the key thing. So you gotta respect because they don't see you as a quote unquote dumb jack.
They don't
They
see,
see you
they
like,
don't see you as a coconut.
yeah, okay, let's use the word of the day, coconut. So don't see us as a coconut. And Tegan attests to that, and that's why I love Tegan so much because he knows because he have said we see sometimes our kids home sometimes and we knocking about how they talk and so, but I don't care how you talk, but you got to bring a broad kind of knowledge of the world, of your island, of everything to me. You got to know something. You can't just know basketball or music or which jam or all the style band them or everything. You got to be more substance to you. And I think because I did that, they were all like, this guy is different. I could have sit with any owner, even in Puerto Rico, or even, like I said, on the national level with Jerry Buss, one of the richest guy there back then. and have a conversation and don't skip a beat, don't feel no way. And I say, wait, he's like, okay, yeah, you know what you're talking about. And I'm like, yeah, so that is in essence. So Mumba, like what you're doing now with Pang and all, y'all doing that in a way. Y'all broadening y'all scope because I know right now the topic will be open to anything. It don't have to be basketball, but just the mere fact that you entertain us shows that your diversity and how you think. And that's the key thing. What people respect you. They know that you could go into any circles. I could migrate in and out, rich or famous, poor or anything, and migrate just as well and be the same person and talk to you the same way.
And that is true. I get to see that firsthand. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Langy.
No, because when he was just talking about that being in different circumstances, it just set me back to the time when when you always had to go to my mother's house
Oh,
and
yes.
talk about the Bible with she
Yeah,
just,
so
just
you
for
had
me
to,
to go play.
yeah, I had to bring my Bible game to the picture too because I got a quote. You see, Deslin, my mom was Adventist, and of course she was strict with the Adventists with playing on the Sabbath and so forth. So I try to show her my point of view. So I can't just talk the talk. I got to show her. I got to talk scriptures and and verses and so forth. I got to bring it too. And we always butt heads with that, and Deslin going on in the background frantically and acting up, and her mother telling her obey Deslin, and and Deslin going on like a cage animal, and can't leave the house, and she just hoping that her mother could say yes so she could come with me, or even if it's a trip, or even come by me to where I used to stay in Harbor View, and matter of fact, we went to an Easter camp. I had her with me for camping and all that stuff, which I know she would have never done if she had stayed in Lorraine. So I dodged the bullet very much time with Sally, God rest her soul, and she granted me that. And I guess you know what? She knew that. She knew, her mother knew, and she knew the type of, she know I'm only in the best interest for her. I mean, she could have tell her because she knew if she had any other idea, she would have never let Deslin come along with me. So I know that she knew that I was genuine. And I was wholehearted with her daughter, and she knew I didn't have no other agenda with her, and she know that I was there just for her daughter betterment, and gradually sometimes she like, but there was some days she was like, oh no, she ain't going away, and that's Desmond's fault, and then I'll turn on Desmond, why you didn't wash the dishes today? You know what I mean? Like, we got tournament, and Desmond used to do that to me. She knows she got tournament coming up. She gonna play Miss Abstinent with her mom, and then Sally was like, oh yeah, okay, wait. Her mom know the tournament coming up, and then she'll just drop the bomb. Well, Deslin can't play today. Oh God, what happened now? And I was like, Deslin, what you want to do? And that's Deslin again. She do something or say something or show a little tantrum. Well, take that. So Deslin used to make me walk, man. She used to make life hard for me, man. I had to convince her, man. Thanks to her, she just. But
that's funny.
You
that's
already
all
know,
good, man.
you already know the backstory to that, so
yeah, yeah.
So
Well, that's good because back then parents was a little strict, and that's where a lot of our structure came from. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
we like to play basketball, but you got your homework, you got your chores to do, you got things to do around the house before you could play basketball. So
Yeah.
you had priorities.
And you know what? It was with it went across the board, even with coffee, because I know, hey, coffee ain't want to tell I will tell coffee. You have to feed the pig them, Coffee had to go with his father to feed the hack them. Mumba, I can bring it out. I want to bring it out.
That's what we hear. That's what we hear.
Yeah.
Bring it out. Bring it
out. To feed the hack them.
Yeah. When I see coffee again, we don't have that talk.
Yeah. I
didn't know he was a farmer too.
Yeah, that's a coffee. Even though no, I ain't feel shit. It's a coffee. You want with some of your little money. You want to start a pig farm. You don't feed pig and shovel pig shit. So yeah. So,
oh my God.
That's funny,
but going out, even coffee and Miss Victor and Mr. Victor Gadders and his soul, they knew I didn't have to talk or anything or beg for them. They knew, and they could size me up, and they could see from my actions if I was trustworthy enough to be with their child. You know what I mean? So and I took coffee. Coffee was 15 years, and he went to Cuba, and I had to well, Coffee was different because Coffee went with his calculus book and sugar and they were like, who does that? Who does that? Who you have the biggest excuse in the world. I gotta play for the national team, so I good. When I come back, then I'll deal with it now. But Coffee went with his calculus book and all that stuff. But so I knew Coffee was different then. You know what I mean? But
There was nowhere we're going on any trip with any textbook.
Yeah, but he did great. He was actually one of the best performers of a 15-year-old. My friends from Puerto Rico who had played, they were like, "Who is this guy?" and so forth.
Wow.
Matter of fact, Pang, one of the biggest Coffee fan is Pang Stephen Hodge, because Pang many times on the bench, what you just say, "Hey, let me sit down and watch this show." Right.
Right.
I remember a couple of times you said, I remember you sub out and you like, yeah, let me watch this show, because when in the least opportune time of a game, things bad, things going good, we not making shot. Here comes a dunk out of nowhere. How he do it, we don't know, because he didn't show no face, and boom, and that there's like, what? And then from there on, we just take off. I mean, you name it, Coffee. I think Coffee was the most nonchalant dunk I ever seen. Well, Zorro was like that too. Other people, you see them raise up. Like Monkey, you'll see, he going for the attack. But Coffee could be as cool as ever. Next boom. Wait, Coffee just dunked that ball? So, I mean, I remember I was assistant coach. And Pang said, "Son, let me sit down. Let me get a good seat here. I want to watch this show." Because when Coffee is in there, you got to be watching, because especially in the climatic years of his playing career. I mean, what a spectacular kid. I haven't seen nothing like that. For that size, it's just amazing what he did, proving with NBA players, riding on him a little bit in Bahamas a few years ago.
Brazil,
Patrick Ewing's son. Patrick Ewing's son looked like Patrick Ewing, and he wasn't. I think he had made the NBA team, just son. And you know how the NBA guys, and they got the nose up. I think he had some girl, a light-skinned girl, and he felt like, he's Mr. It.
He's the man. Right.
Well, guess what? When that game finished, not the one, but the two dunks Coffee did on him, the next time he was in the mess hall, in the cafeteria or whatever, in the restaurant area for the hotel, he was, hey, home, what's up, man? What's up? What's up? Was them two dunks that you got in your head bring you back down to and we've seen it. Let me tell you something, because I have to mention this with Coffee. The Nene, who played several teams in the NBA.
When we was in Brazil.
Brazilian. Nene. I mean, Nene is like 6'10", like 260, right?
Yeah.
And I kid you not, this is in 07 in Las Vegas. Nene is calling for help on a double dunk. Coffee is posting Nene, who is like overshadowing in height, but yet Nene is calling for the ball side guard to come down and double, because the last two plays Coffee had spun on him and got baseline and reverse one and reverse dunk another one. So he's like, okay, I need to double this one. So it was just already that you so big and you got this little dude and you balling for help, for double team from the strong side. So that's the kind of player Coffee had and the kind of player we had, And then you see Al Halford and Garcia and all them guys, just like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I said, well, he's Mr. Nobody.
I used to get an argument with people, my son, in St. Croix, my son. Like, people used to hear the names Tegan, Pang, Bogus, like the big names them I saw. Terry. I used to always tell people, my son, like, I gotta watch this dude play, my son. Like, I really got to analyze this dude game, because I just don't know how good this might be.
You see, one thing along with Coffee, and you could break Coffee down individually, or maybe he wasn't the greatest a ball handler, or at that time possess any great shot. But Coffee ain't that. Coffee is just a player that knows, that just intelligent and know how to play to his strength. So it doesn't matter, because we used to argue about Carlos Harkins and Coffee. But by far, no if and buts. You put them in a big time game, who gonna shine is gonna be Coffee, cut but Victor. And so he had that intelligence. I told you, I mean, we do things back. We did things back then that the kids them out deprived. There was an all-star in Ronald Charles BD basketball, and that was 12 and under. were playing against St. Thomas All Star. They had a guy named Liebert, and he was like the next
Yeah.
best thing in the VI. Was a man child. At a 12-year-old, he was dunking the big rim easy. You know what I mean? Just a monster of a kid. He didn't grow much afterwards though,
No.
Yeah.
and so
That's
that
true.
was Coffee counterpart. And so we were practicing. So it ain't really the game that Coffee destroyed him too, but it's just the practice leading up. We had Little Apple. We had was Doobie there?
Doobie was
I
there.
said
Yeah,
I
Doobie
think
was in it.
Doobie.
Yeah.
Zorro nephew. We named Zorro nephew. Oh my God, Zorro had a nephew.
Not the Hayward daughter. I mean Hayward's the
No,
one of the
No, no,
younger.
no.
no, Zorro. His name will come to me. Zorro might text me and send me a name. He was there. Remember, remember, Dean.
Oh,
Dean
are you talking about K Gel? K Gel.
KJL, correct. KJL. I remember
Yeah.
you had
Okay, Gel.
Dean.
Okay.
Yeah, remember you had
D
Dean come
Martin.
have a
Dean
view of a
Martin.
Prince.
Yeah.
Dean
Yeah.
Martin and the brother. It was a proper team, but St. Thomas a proper. Well, let me tell you, during the course of the practice, and I'm doing man to man too. Offense. So because they got to learn how to set. And all of a sudden, I mean, we just heard something like a hard hit. We hear body against body, boom, and we saw KJL on the ground, and Coffee just there standing. Coffee. Back then, hey, like I said, this open. Back then, yeah. See, I got Zoro just text me KJL. Yes, yeah, we don't got that there. It's a mess with Coffee. It's the Cali, we little bacteria them, but
Yeah.
yeah. So you got your little head down in a kind of nonchalant way, and they say like, "Who did this to this pig?" Because it was in traffic, and next we're like, "What?" Then Mr. Clemens, Rashidi father came up there and he said, "Did you see that pick that Coffee just did on KJL?" I'm like, what? That was Coffee. Like, man, it was like the hardest pick I've seen. I mean, KJL was guarding whoever he was guarding, but he was sliding hard laterally, and all of a sudden, but Coffee, boom, and just hit him and just knock you down. I mean, just hard. And I said to myself, I haven't seen that ever in no 10 to 12 level. And Coffee wasn't even 12. Coffee was 11. So,
Wow.
it's just this kid was just amazing back then, and just
He
had
was.
the right demeanor, the discipline. He gonna listen a lot. He like he know what going on, but he ain't gonna talk and blab him out too much either. So we had many kids like that, and Coffee got the opportunity. He did what he did, and look at him. One of the best stories I think in the VI. Should be even given more accolades than what it is, but that gonna come now. That gonna come in due time, as we know where we're gonna make sure that to let our good ones be known
It's true.
historically, not just because they're known in the time that they were good. Know
Right.
that they were good to the ones them coming up. Now they know who was Corporal Victor, who was Momba Pan, Stephen Hodge, Teagan, Kevin Shepard. That's what we don't have. I don't worry about me because I think I've gone back too far with me, but at least in the recent times, man, for the 90s and on up, they have to have some kind of recollection or some kind of thing. And that's another thing now, because I know somebody might send that text and say, well, why didn't Mr. David Idol, we all know David Idol, Mr. Cyberspace of basketball, he's working on a historical book. So we're going to get some anecdotes from different things. Matter of fact, you want me to tell you, and I said I want to mention this here. I have a photo. This is what part basketball come in my blood. I have a photo of my grandfather in a basketball jersey in St. Croix. Y'all will never guess the year. I told Mumba already, 1931. And it got carried. And I don't know. I want to know where the court was at. I think it was done by the Fourth Christian at the court. So what I'm showing you is this here. Don't get twisted. Basketball been around in the VI, especially in St. Croix, in St. Thomas too, for some good backside years. You understand? We ain't think people in America might think we just come around lately with basketball. No, we there around basketball from way back. You see, and that's the thing where people are surprised. People like, oh wait, man, I know everybody here in the VI that's been a good player. No, you can't be garbage now. That's been a good player and went to America and tell me if they look up to them and say, hey, where you play like that? Or who, what I'm saying? You're going to see. And ain't by just casualty, because that's how it is. Something we have here, what is in our water, in the air, in our language, that compels you to be, super aggressive and, just somebody that gonna be the best in their craft and could compete with anybody in a similar situation or a similar age or a similar sport. So we've seen it. And so it's up to now myself and the higher ups and those in sports park and rec and those who are in the forefront with sports. Mumbai, you doing your job with this here to bring that out too, man. We can't let this thing drop down. I always said this here. I know people don't like it to say, if you gonna give Tim Duncan the key to the city a few years ago when he stepped up during a hurricane, well, by God, you're gonna create a mechanism to create more of these Tim Duncans or more somebody like you can't be hypocrite and tell me, yeah, Timmy's a hero, he's the key to the city, he gives X amount of generators, he X okay, but then guess what? So you know what got him to this stature? Well, let we push more of this here. So we playing around.
That's true.
That's all
That's
I gonna
fact.
say. We playing
That's
around.
fact.
I could say to everybody, we've been hypocritical. We've been tagged. Oh, this and that. They might say, "What's Bill?" And that, oh, you got too much gym. Or you got. Listen to me. We're by the records show that we could be as good as anybody, and yet we have playing ourselves. You know, we got to beg for donation, beg for this. There's nothing. You know, we got to do on our own on it, and yet we still prevail. So what if we had a community geared for us? I don't want to hear it, but that who said what? I know a lot of people use that as their platform, but I don't believe because guess what? The proof in the pudding, we still don't get what we don't need to get. They might tell you there are a lot, 500,000 of this or split 500,000 into 2 districts. And guess what? If each district spend 40,000 or 30,000, that's a lot. Where the rest money there? You understand? That's how it goes. And that's why we're being hypocritical. We got one of the best ambassadors in the world, right? As Tim Duncan. And not that went through our system from K to 12, right? And yet we still don't promote the sport to the level where we say, well, guess what? If one came out from here, then another one could come. You know, we had Coffee, we had Birmingham, and so therefore, so what it is, what it is. So, you know, you got to put your money where your mouth is and put your effort where your mouth is because it's been too long. It's been too long. You know, we had girls the same way, do so well. Look, that national team with the girls, my daughter played in it. They won Central Basket in St. Thomas. They went down to Argentina, beat Brazil, and that was it. And you know what they had? They had 5 girls from St. Croix, from Central High team. 5 girls. We ain't picking them from America. Like 5 girls, and that's what we did. But guess what? That's swept under the rug. But I gonna bring it back to the forefront. You know what I mean? Because guess what? People realize, you know what that is? If that was anywhere in America, they would have had that as the greatest sport victory in the history, to know that we took a ranked team like Brazil and beat them with well, guess what? We ain't bring no heap of stars from America. We had 5 girls from Central High, Caribs, that played, and some of them played Division 1. You understand? That's what the VI got to offer. That's what the general public need to know. And that's why I'm glad to be on this platform that Mumbai you granted me, so that they could know and hear from me who been through the mill. Nobody been through the mill as much as me. You know what I'm saying? That this sport here is a reason we do well in it. So we hope that we promote stuff, and hopefully in the near future we get more standout athletes come about in this sport.
Bough,
well said. Well said. Well. I'm gonna jump in real quick, Punk. Well said, Bough. Well said. That's it's very important that you mention all of that. You know, that's something that's very serious, especially to me. That's something I always used to talk about when I was in college, when I was playing, baseball, for a few years and stuff like that, you know. And then my son being a basketball player, and me taking him to showcases and a lot of tournaments the last about 4 or 5 years now, and it's so sad, man. It's so sad that where we are today in the sport. And I'll just highlight basketball. I'm not going to say involve baseball. Highlight basketball. I'm going to just highlight basketball. I'm going to tournaments, and you see now kind of players have like travel ball teams and stuff like that, and they're like attending the games. Like I went to we went to the tournament Balling on the Beach down in near Miami, Balling on the Beach, where LeBron James takes his AAU team. He has the Strive for Greatness team, and he has the other one. And you have Carmelo Anthony, his son, playing in the tournament. You got Kevin Durant team. you have Bradley Beal team, Westbrook team. You have so many teams, and like I just be watching the games them, and I just be like, man, I just wish that guys like had opportunities like man like Pang, and I'm just name players that
Yeah,
I, I
right.
kind of rub shoulders with like Pang and
Mhm,
Coffee and
mhm.
Teagan and so on Bogus and stuff like have the opportunity to play in these tournaments,
Right.
and these is like big time tournaments, and this is just in Florida I'm talking about,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the Virgin Islands is so close, man, and
Yeah, but you see what happened here, and I'm gonna be real with a lot of things too, especially in government. When you proact, you see sometimes even in the teaching world, they got they grade us and they got parameters for us as outstanding and far and exceeding your your craft and so forth. But guess what? When you do that, you're gonna get a whole heap of roadblocks. Who you think I want to carry a team of girls and boys to the states where I have to be, biting my fingernails to make sure that everything go well for those 4, 5, 6 days? No, but they figure that it's a joyride. It's not a joyride. It's a lot of things. You got to be up and you got to be vigilant. You got because a lot of things could go wrong. And so when you do that and you push your your cars, you always get flack. I'm like, but wait, that's what I'm supposed to do. What I ain't supposed to do that. You allot certain money I supposed to. So I guess we want people to stay mom, go through your 9 to 5 job and just go home and that's it. And I always said, we don't critique and we don't do wrong to those that who grab the ball by the hand and who are proactive. And we got to come out of that because I already seen where, wherever the platform is. I mean, I could tell you Michigan State, this I told Magic, and Magic them, they were there in front of, when I tell them, when they have the state finals, them they have it at the university gyms, them. So that Michigan State. So I worked at the state final. I look at the teams, them, and then I saw Magic teams 2 years back when he was in high school, when they won the state and all that stuff. I just said to them, hell no, listen to me. They could have never beat Central High School. And when I say Central, I ain't talking about my time. I talking about the year, 2 years before me. Arguably the best Central team was like 76 in them kind of years. Listen to me. No, hands down. Magic, whoever would have never stand a chance. So we lost that opportunity back then in the 70s to showcase us. Well, we did in 79. We beat Laurenburg, but they didn't make a big thing about that. But guess what? Those are incredible feats. And now we know what we're looking at. We think that they were all that superior. No, they're not. Give us the same resource and the same training, and you will see. And like I always say, if you're good in the VI, you're gonna be good in America too.
it's true. That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, man. So I'm glad I get to say these these little things.
Bro,
Things I ain't even mentioned yet. Because it's hundreds and hundreds of trips you've been on, and there are little anecdotes that pop up in your mind.
Yeah.
well, I want to ruffle a few feathers right about now. Like a lot of us respect you. A lot of us come up underneath you. Um, Play for you as an assistant coach with the VA national team. But we want to know, we want to hear it from your mind and some of the things
Uh-huh.
that you went through and why you never coached the national team. Why you never became the head coach of the national team. Why do you think you never became the head coach of
Well,
the national
well,
team?
Good question.
there was one instance in '97.
Hmm.
Well, you know what? I wasn't the head. I was the head coach by default because the head coach had to leave over Kevin Anderson, and I had to grab the reins. So that was by default.
Was that
But
when we were in Venezuela?
right,
Yeah. Okay, I
Venezuela.
remember that.
So, but remember that was in the latter part. Remember it was at the tournament, and then remember Tevesa had to leave, and so whatever. But as far as granting me is sometimes it's like this, and I could say this here. We always underestimate our locals. Again, we fall in that same thing. And we believe that because you've been in the States and do this or X amount, or you're watching these things on TV so much, you kind of put it on a pedestal and say, well, you know what? That's like that's like the best level in a way, you got to be from those sides or going through that mill to actually, be a top line coach. And I know otherwise because I prove it at the college level because I tell you, I actually had reigns of a NAIA team for 2 years and they went to nationals. But people, when you give access and you say, okay, you got somebody that coming from coaching Auburn or coaching wherever, Georgia or whatever, they always take precedent, and that's a normal thing. But we never got in that. I don't think we were too homegrown with our national teams, and which I know we should be, because you being a participant, and you gotta know we never put too much of the locals in, and it goes stick with the players. Them you're talking about me with the coaching, and you could actually turn it around and say about the players. Them there's some players that of course, we're not throwing every time they can hurry that would have been or had some kind of use on a national team level.
Right.
But the thing is, we didn't even grant them a good opportunity. We discard them like, oh no, they ain't ready. Maybe they weren't ready as yet, but guess what? Had they gone to one competition, they would have been ready for now the next one, because now they ain't ready because they never had nothing to that level. So
Right.
I think we always underestimate, and we always short play our locals, and it goes across the board. This is something that goes across in government, in anything, in anything. They would rather somebody from away, as opposed. I think away knows better, but I want to get rid of that. That's my motto of second to none.
Right.
Second to none in every aspect, in anything in this society. We don't need to be, because in the up north 2,000 miles do this, or they get it. That's the only place that they know how to do it. We could do it.
Right.
What we've been showing it, because we have had success. And like I just told you, 5 of my girls were on the national team that went down to Brazil. To Argentina to beat Brazil. You understand? And Timmy in a local, but guess what? They gonna play that down too. So we got to start looking at ourselves and say, you know what? We got to play and promote our own a
Right.
lot more than what we do, than what
That's
we
true.
do it. We just sweep it under the rug, yeah. And then, we get sometimes caught up in, some people don't like to see other people's kind of like excel in their particular discipline. So we'll put a cap on you. Yeah, we could have done it. That's why sometimes, I don't mean to compare, but sometimes in the BVI, you might see a coach like, a local coach. One thing they might have, they will have the stateside guy if the need be. But guess what? He gonna be
And
assistant. The
right.
local guy gonna be the head coach, and so it's a different mentality. And I think we got to get. Like I said, if you ain't qualified, you ain't qualified. That's not given. No matter where you're from. But if you got right there and you had experience with it. But I must say, I did get a opportunity by default,
Right.
and then but that was by default. But never that you gonna say, hey, I'm pinned to the calendar and say, Mr. Bough gonna coach the national team in this event one time, months in advance. So it's always because maybe somebody else didn't have it or couldn't do it, or just couldn't come, and hey, drop it and bow. So I've been the minute man, and that's how it is now. I coach girls, boys, top level, every level. That right now with the national team, if there's nobody else, Carl Bow, he gonna come and fill in, because
Yeah.
I do a little bit of everything.
But I also thought it was always a good idea to make you a head coach, because you used to get the best out of VI players. Like, you used to bring out the best out of VI players.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a no brainer. But
Well, and yeah, but for us, like I said, our mind, the VI, we kind of a little bit different when it comes to stuff like that. Puerto Rico too, because Puerto Rico have had stateside coaches, but they know they know they're gonna keep that local coach. But 1 or 2 times they might have a stateside coach, but we never. I don't know. It's just a deviation from the pride, the prestige, and that's what we got to build. If they know we're getting it done on a certain level, being successful, and they could see that, then they will have confidence to say, well, maybe he ain't coach Auburn, or he ain't coach Georgia, or he ain't coach wherever, but guess what? He gets the job done with his players, and he know the players, because you could come from anywhere. I seen Rick Pitino get blown out. Remember, Rick Pitino coached Puerto Rico, and he get massacred.
That is true.
Any Puerto Rican coach would attack the national team and do a better job. And it's like, welcome to this year. And sometimes it'll be the conduit. Sometimes you got these stateside coaches coming from college, and you got kind of give them the little rundown for how international ball is, But I'll be like, well, they I guess they don't know. So we put a lot of thing on some of these stateside guys, but hey, up and coming, there's a lot of good potential coaches coming out of the ranks, and even in the states now, from VI lineage. I ain't gonna call all the names and like that, because I don't want to leave out any. But there's a many guys knocking on the door also. So that's another avenue, that not just in the athletic world, but in the coaching world too, that we hopefully we got guy and they could see them. Okay, you know what? He been successful in this conference, so guess what? I guess we, and it shouldn't have been like that, but that's what it took. And hopefully in the near future we might have somebody more, more affiliated to us or local that gonna be holding the realms of these teams.
That's true. You know what I think is underestimated too when you talk about the coaches and the locals is the fact that what's the most important thing about the team is chemistry and
It's
the relation
chemistry. Yeah.
and the relationship with the coaches and the player. And I use you for example. Like you have a relationship with so many players in the VI national team that we consider the locals. Like you, for instance, like Coffee playing the VI national team for many years. You
Yeah.
know Coffee from since he was in BD. So like
Right.
you could get more out of Coffee and you could relate to Coffee more and he could respond to you a different way because he know deeply down you care about him as a person
Yeah.
and compare it to a coach coming from the States. Like, yeah, he might have the title and coach in college and stuff like that, but he just doesn't have that relationship
Right.
that's important for a team to be successful.
And we have
Especially
right. Go ahead.
no, you good, go ahead.
Well, we see that a team as powerful as the Clippers, and we are see that going on the notion that you talk about chemistry, and you say chemistry is the first and foremost, and then you could break down X and O's. Even I saw the text from Mr. Daniels, is giving our local coach them that chance because at some point they need to start, right? You got how they say, you got to crawl before you walk and walk before you run. But we don't get hung up in just, we got to bring somebody from the States because the States is better. And you know what? It's time over now for players too, because now you will have, players now when they come down for these different levels and they compete against the locals. And you might have a local that's just as good and just need a little more, maybe a little more fine tuning. But guess what? They're local, so they're going to kind of get pushed back. But our coaches and need a chance. I must say, and I see that from Mark, but volleyball has been doing a good job with that. I must give them that. And when I see some of their competition that they got, and they try to keep it homegrown, obviously, and when I say homegrown, me mean to say we're selling ourselves less, because you ain't going to be no homegrown and come out there and be incapable either. We bring you because we know you could do the job. And so, therefore, because you're home, you should be a viable candidate for the head coach job. So, but we've seen it in volleyball. They've been having Mr. Daniel, a coach, Mr. Isaac, and a few others that have been coaching in volleyball. So I know, and it was like that in basketball. When I played, I had Mr. Cornelius and Mr. Malkier, head coach and assistant coach for us, and it was great. We competed to the best against Puerto Rico and all them top teams, and Cuba when Cuba was Cuba. So I'm like, wait, so where did this all now last? Where we need to be all the time looking up north for somebody to run the ship, But at the same token, I like I said, you have to be qualified. You have and I'll put him out there. You got Kevin Shepard, who's a level 3 coach. I know, things haven't been put in his, and the reason why Tegan ain't step up because things ain't put right to him to say, you know what, this worthwhile. You have stepping with me. You won't do that with a stateside coach. And Tegan is very capable. He got good basketball mind, good IQ, and has a good rapport with the players. Them. So I hope that he could get a chance because I'm on my way. I'm a little older now, but you guys know Tegan. I wouldn't mind seeing go through and having a VI team that you have the staff is local. It would be such a breath of fresh air for me, and to the rest I know.
We all would love to see that. Tegan definitely is a savant, a basketball savant, and we would love to see him become the VI national team head coach. And I know he had a little experience coaching the 18 or under national team, so he got a little experience. So I think one day that will happen.
Yeah, but well, we gonna push it. I will not put too much out, but it'll be more sooner than later. I just leave it as that. It'll be more sooner than later. So it's up to him to accept and move forward in dealing with the national team. But I know he likes that because he loves the sport. He's passionate, and he keeps his mind all the time active in the cutting edge with the sport. So I know he does that, and he likes to be in the trenches. So he's a great candidate also.
So, Langalo, you have you could jump in. I'm not sure if you wanted to touch on anything, because I know Bow has been a very important in your life. So I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to touch on that you haven't touched on yet.
Me got nothing right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So,
Langy, let me see your shot.
so
What? Legend.
Hey,
Before.
Legend.
3-4-0.
So, Bo, this question was asked a while ago, but so I got to get to it. How was it like coaching against the US Olympic team?
In Las
Oh
Vegas.
man, I mean, well, I try not to get caught up in because I'm a person like this. Like I told you, I don't care what kind of accolades you have. I'm playing to beat you. But then at the same time, you're watching these guys on TV. That was Pang, you were there in '07, right? In
07, yeah.
yeah, and then I also had in '03 in Puerto Rico, and you're getting to meet and you're seeing LeBron, with Dwight Howard, and we even played with Iverson were there and so forth. Timmy was the one time in Puerto Rico, but Timmy abstained to playing us because he didn't want to play against the VI. But you play against these other guys, and you know what? The stuff that we do or I do will work too. Of course, we don't have the horses and that firepower. I mean, you're talking about the U.S. Team with the top players them in the world, and I had to find bright spots from everything. And I thought it was a great experience. I'll say this: when we was in Las Vegas, remember Larry Redwine for Country Day. He also brag that he's from Denver and Chauncey Billups and this, that, and that. So I said, let me put it to the test. And I said, hey, I saw Chauncey. Their locker room was next door. I said, hey, Chauncey, you know a guy named Larry Redwine? He said, yeah. He's from I think he's down there in the islands too, right? I said, yeah. So I said, okay, at least he connect. I could check out that box. And then he said, he was pretty good too. And then, so I told Redwine afterwards, I said, yeah, you won't lie, because sometimes, people have said things and but he vouched for him. And then Jason Kidd, who I admired because of passing, and so I spoke to him. And it was just saying, LeBron, I saw LeBron, and I said to myself, I never seen nobody as fast as that. I mean, when I look at LeBron, remember, I know, Pang, you remember we were seeing a game and he came up court, from end to end. I think he took like 3 dribbles and reached end to end. And I was like, whoa. I mean, I remember we talking about LeBron in his prime.
Right.
So it was, a great experience that we were kind of odd. But at the same token, it wasn't that we, we did our thing. Yeah, we got blown, but other people got beat worse.
Right.
And I think Mountain got the shine of the night. Who Mountain at dunk on?
Tayshaun Prince.
Tayshaun Prince, yeah, that Carmelo and everybody was jumping up and teasing him or whatever. And they bench when Mountain dunked on him. So, Coconut got dunked on an NBA player, right? So we chalked that one up. But great experience. I had a great also experience with Steve Nash in Puerto Rico when we were playing. I would see Steve Nash work out, and I was like, okay, let me see what he does. And every day he in the weight room prior to the game, and he'd go on the exercise ball. And if you come, you hold your knee and you hold foot them off the ground. You gotta get balance. And he will lift his weights and do dumbbells with that. So I was like, and then I saw that his technique is all about balance. And so I brought that to the table. So I get to see some of the better players then and what they do, and the kind of antics they do to prepare for a game. But it was something that I cherished because I know these are the cutting edge players at the time then or even now. And like I said, it doesn't get better than these players, and to be able to coach against them. Matter of fact, I always remember this year. I told them because with the Mamba and Kobe, it was a dead period, a dead time. Kobe was playing Coffee, and Kobe is right there with Coffee, and they close to Kobe more close to the same height. And then I went into my Crucian dialect, and I went raw Crucian to Coffee to explain to you about something or play. It was right on our bench. I think the referee then was trying to cipher out something at the table, so he had a little dead period. But this was the amazement for Kobe, and I brought that to the table too. He may not understand the language, but he was so diligent. He was watching straight into my mouth and watching Coffee and seeing what was going on to get a heads up to know, okay, what instructions they're giving this guy because I want to know so I could play him and know how to play him. So that tells me then I said, man, Kobe is like, he's about detail. He got to do tag in some
Yeah.
coconut language.
Coconut language.
But Kobe still trying to, you see Kobe trying to read my lips. And then he watching Coffee to see the reaction and to figure out, okay, what's going on here. Now, guess what? They up by whatever points they up by, but still. And so that also another thing that I took from that is that, hey, in this business, it's all about the devil is in the details, You just be as detail. The more detailed you are, the better you have a chance in going against your opponent.
Yeah,
That's
that
true.
that was a
That's
that
so
was
true.
definitely a good experience to see how Tegan always mentioned this. Like he when he asked LeBron like how did you know I was going to do that? And LeBron just had a simple answer. We watch films on you guys.
Yeah.
You
They
know,
watch
they
film, yeah, and that showed the level that they. But Tigan was magnificent. Him and Krauser, because as much as you want to look at it, what in the after the game they're going to the blue room or the press conference room. So I had to walk. I walked with who I went with. It was with Coffee or one of them, and
Mhm.
Krzyzewski, who had coached that year. Krzyzewski came to me, and I felt proud too because he said, "Coach." He called me, he said, "Coach, your guards were phenomenal." Right? And then, the average was, oh, shit, you got beat by 30 points. But what he meant is that, guess what? Between Tegan and Krauser, they had like low turnover. I think it's 2 or 3 turnovers, if that. And you know what it is to pass about. You go be on the top and the point. LeBron, they're down in the forward spot, and you pass about to the wing. People don't realize the kind of athleticism that they could cover that pass like no problem. Matter of fact, when we practice, the one coach, he had that way name, from he used to be at Georgia, Coach Harrett. He said,
Mhm.
"Don't skip no pass." You see how we like to skip pass? You cannot skip a pass at this level. You skip a pass at this level, it's a steal. And LeBron is just so far. I mean, they cover so much ground because they're so athletic. So it was just amazed to to just to see that kind of thing happen. But I just felt good that he said your guards were phenomenal. So I look at Venezuela team the next time and the other team, Brazil, and they had like 20 turnover between the guards because it's tough to play, and the US weren't playing a joke. They were pressing up on us. Because they could press because if you beat them, where you're gonna end up with Howard or one of them high risers in the back. So they could press and gamble because you're going to a jumping jack somewhere back there. So matter of fact, I think they were chasing you to them, and you'll see Jason Kidd was a little older, Chance, but you see Chance and Jason picking you up from deep, which you'll never see them do in the NBA. And Tegan did a good job in holding them off, get a ball, screen him, and walk his way up court under the massive pressure. And they're gonna gamble because they know if they get beat, you have to come to the rim and you have they have 2 monsters or 3 monsters they're waiting. So I really took credence to that, to what Coach Krzyzewski had told me.
That's awesome, man. Which since becoming a coach, right, and coaching in so many different places, which coach has had the most influence on you as a coach that you took a lot from their game, their coaching style?
Let me see. Hey, for some reason, right? I actually think that I would say well, you know what? My high school coach, Mr. Cornelius. Remember, Cornelius was no. I mean, he came to the VI family lineage from St. Croix, but he played at St. John's University when he was, that was big time name school then.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
remember, if you know Cornelius teach PE, but someone like me, he was a math major, and we did so much, cerebral stuff at that age where I now know, like when I look at some of the younger players, them I say, wow. Tegan to tell you that there we say, man, we got a long way to go. I mean, we it's a bunch of coconuts out here because we don't see that kind of smartness. Like, I know what was screening, pin downs, all that stuff already, So I think with him catapult me, and then my own knowledge of the game, and I want to excel and know the game not just from a playing perspective, but from just understand the game, what to do when certain defenses are thrown at you. So I remember with Mr. Cornelius, I kid you not, we were playing St. Thomas and we came down 5 separate trips and had 5 different defenses. We had different zones, different men, different schemes, 5 consecutive schemes on the fly. And that was discipline because I mean, he could have snapped his finger and we know, okay, this we in this here. And sometimes coaches take a half a season trying to teach a 1-3-1. Yet alone teaching now we got to go 1-3-1, 2-3, and all the different types of different. So we like just a reception machine in terms of just understanding defensive schemes. So that's for one thing. So I learned on the defensive with Mr. Cornelius, and I must say that. So I won't put a stateside coach over. Yeah. Let me see. But Cornelius, I'm gonna put Mr. Cornelius from Central High because I kind of got stayed the right way, and I've been it worked out good for me even with at higher levels. The stuff that I learned at Central at that time. But to tell you the truth, I would say this here. When I was in Puerto Rico, his name was Herb Brown. You see Coach Brown, Larry Brown in the NBA with Coach Iverson?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his brother, they look like identical twins. They're both dictator-like coaches. I mean, which you don't see much like the Popovich type. But he used to be at Milwaukee Bucks. He was assistant coach at Milwaukee Bucks while his brother Larry, remember Larry, well, everybody know Larry Brown and all his thing at Kansas and then so forth and Philly and whatever. So with him now, I still do drills that he gave me from back then. The most simplistic things them in the world. But guess what? The details. And he would stop me and "Bah, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "But I'm doing it as good as." And he came and and my toe was turned maybe an inch different to what he wanted me to put my toes. And I'm like, what? What kind of? And I realized then that it's the details. If you're gonna do this thing, you gotta do it to the perfect, to the utmost, and that's what you see with Kobe. That's what gives them the greatness. They're talented, but you gotta know that at the time Kobe got man jumping more than Kobe, even jumping more than Jordan. But it's how you put it together and the details you have and the competitive and how you know how to respond to certain type of adversities and know the technique and the mechanics in executing. So I sometimes those things aren't in the analyticals, but they come to play, and I think so. Cornelius and I would say Herb Brown because he was an NBA coach, and that was the first time I get coached up from an NBA coach.
Bo, you ever study psychology?
I would have been great in it. I just had the basic 101, but if you're a coach, by default, you have to be a psychiatrist or have some kind of psychological know-how to approach the game or to approach any sport, because that's. I think I'd have been good in that. You want me to do psychology? Listen to me. At Voorhees College, now Mark, you did some little rinky tongue in South Carolina. They had a little junior college named Denmark Tech. And when they play at Voorhees, trust me, 9 out of 10 times they're gonna be a fight. So I don't know if that's what they, but I had a big fight broke out, big fight, and it got dangerous because in these times those locals they could walk down the street and just bring out firearm or anything, and I think one had a firearm, right? So here my job for Coach Highland now. I supposed to be like help out at security or whatever it was, right? It was a riot, so you got what? So now these dudes coming in now, and I think they had one a gun or something, and so they help, and you tell them the wrong thing, they just gonna go blasting. So so now I'm in that spot. I seen a dude now trying to come in the gym with I think he had a gun, so I know that's a no, but I have nothing, so I can't fight fire with fire. So like I just changed my demeanor. I act like I wasn't even concerned with him. I was like, yo, man, it's over. Like, y'all did, y'all do, that's it. And I just said one word, 2 word lines, and that's it. Not too much eye staring for him to feel threatened. And I was like, like me didn't even care if you walk in there, but I did care, you know what I mean? And just the reverse, like, he see me and he like back off and went back out the door, like, what? This dude was really coming in that, and he would have done it, but sometimes you just got to know in the moment, how to how to defray human nature, and know how, just the psychology of how people think, and know how
Yeah.
to diffuse the situation. I know one thing, I could tell you this: I part the worst fight them in Central and come through. But yeah, like machete fighters, that's what you had me label me a crazy man. 'Cause I going after people with machete and gun, and because I just can't see somebody, a student getting hurt or an innocent person getting hurt. I'll put my life on the line, and that's how I always been paranoid me like that. Because I think he had a man league game. You said he had like 18 man jumping me in outside of the Central gym, and everybody inside, and nobody know
Them,
nothing. And I
them man
come in
from
and brush off myself
paradise.
like nothing yet from paradise. And then I remember Patrick LeBlanc, the Pink Panther. He said, "Bow, my son, don't go in paradise. That man gearing for you." The minute he said so, I drive straight to paradise and stop right there by the court. And the person them who I had for it, they said something wrong with he. Something wrong with he. He missing some kind of screw. There's no way possible he gonna do that. And I did that, and I pull up right with my retro right outside, right at the court, kind of on the side of the road. Remember, Paradise had Allen court right there, and they're like, "No, man, he just had a war with these man, and they jumped, and he done." Like, no, and that's me, I always kind of grab the bull by the hand, but at the same token, I know how to diffuse situations where, you could get unwarranted type of thing develop from that. So, to answer your question, Langalo, I should have gone into that a little more.
Yeah, because mathematicians, they don't really relate to people. You know what I'm
No,
saying? They analytical thinkers, and they don't deal with people. And it's just, I find it fascinating, and I could sit here and listen to you talk all day. And I find it fascinating that you were able to coach men and women, boys and girls,
mm-hmm.
two different type of games. Two, what I'm saying, you're dealing with
Right,
different people, different, what I'm saying? And you could be coaching the girls basketball team at Central during
mm-hmm.
the day, and then 2 hours later you
Right,
coaching the
right,
national team. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And it's that's not easy to do for nobody.
No, no, no. Nobody does in America. I remember
Yeah.
one the fair tournament we do. I coached 10 game, nine game in a weekend.
Wow.
Because Central was in the championship, and then boys in the championship, and the girls were in the championship too. And then of course the girls game come before the boys game. So when the girls game we done win, I know I got to know the crowd do one. I got to tell somebody, okay, warm up the boys, and because remember I got finished here. Then take my pad. I remember I had things differently, and then go wrong. I needed to run to a room quick. I can't be in front of everybody. Everybody gonna be calling me. Kind of take a deep breath and think, okay, this why doing with the boys? They're doing with the boys. Okay, we're running this time of play. We're doing and get back into the groove of the boys' mentality. So things will come to me spontaneous. Because when you coach, you gotta make decisions on the fly from things that you already practice. But if you have so much kalalu in your mind about your coach girl, your coach boy, your coach girl, you gotta get a clear mind. So I used to gotta unwind for about a few seconds. And I'm like, man, my heart rate will be at another level. I said, man, I don't know if people can actually do this here. And so when I talk to other colleagues, coaches, they say like, "What you do? What?" That is as rare as you could get,
That's
as you could
unheard
see
of.
it.
Mm.
So I had the opportunity to do that, and I loved it. You know what I mean? I beat up on myself, but I loved it still.
Man, my son, this is good, Bo. We know you could tell. We know you could tell stories for days, and you
Oh
got
yeah,
stories
yeah, yeah.
because you've been around the game in all facet, from west to east,
Yep.
central to complex,
And just the
uh,
complex out, yeah.
kindergarten, all the way to high school. We know you've been around.
Lunch league. Oh, I
Lunch
must
league.
say, I'm gonna say this here. The greatest lunch league in the history of, you hear me now, high school. You when you say high school, me say VI, I say in the States was
Hmm.
Central High School. This was the year, this is prior to Complex. Guess what? Earl Morris, who is now the head man and technician, the government channel, right? Earl Morris
Hmm.
was still working with cable TV with Mr. Rogers and so forth. And then I think he had did something. Then he had just got a little thing to do with the government channel. I think it was Channel 6. And I had brought to him. I said, "Hey man, I got these. Central High is so big. You got a team, but then you got so much other players, and Complex wasn't there yet." And so he said, "Well, you know what? I gonna kind of showcase them in lunch league." And my son, when he said, "Okay, I could film this game, but you have to commentate." So when Tegan was doing the mic, I said, "Tegan, I used to do that there. I wasn't all like creative, like animated, but I used to do my do." And so nowhere in the world you could have a game lunchtime. Let's say game lunchtime in Central. school done 3:15 and come home at 4 o'clock, you seeing the game on TV. You understand? We did that there for a whole season. Gym more packed than interscholastic game. I mean, it was just like so gratifying. I think yeah, Terry used to play. I mean, all this, the players in for Central could have play also. But the competitiveness, and then to know the fact that whether you do good or you do bad, you're gonna see yourself on TV when you go home, and they're gonna run it for like 10 times throughout the night, because remember the government channel, they're gonna be running it and keep running it. So it was just like something amazing. I like, man, these the kids that look forward for stuff like that, and I think all of that was in the help the basketball. That was the last. I think Mumba them your year or your era them with Complex was the last of the last where everything has started to decline after that. Yeah, you may have some good team 1 or 2 times, but as far as the level and the consistency from top to bottom in a 12-man roster, you got 10 man that really, really good. I think your years done with the last of that, in terms of high school basketball.
Yeah.
So because the competitive spirit, to know that they know that when you come out there, you got team, you're going against Benedict them, you could get beat. You could beat them, but you could get beat too. And it's who gonna show them more character and poise, and so stuff like that. Now the games them are pretty much one-sided and so forth. And I mean now Mr. Baker, Coach Baker now, who's the VI basketball president now, he's been doing a great job with a private school, Freewood Baptist, and he's doing the right thing. And I told him, I said, Baker, you gonna beat up on us eventually, and it's true, because you could do a lot more with a captured audience of 10 or 8 guys, and you got them there training. But I can't knock you for that, because that's what you're supposed to do. And so in essence, he's been coming along, and so now we have that third factor, not just Central Complex, but the Free Will team or whatever team Baker's coaching for private school has been just as good as the 2 public high school them on St. Croix.
So, but we have a few minutes left. I wanted to ask this question. I thought it was pretty unique that Michelle said it, that you put the girls team in the lunch league 1 year.
Yeah, because you see, I had to be. One thing I admire was Gino Ariema for UConn, right? And one thing I did a lot of stuff for him and download a lot of stuff. And he had a powerhouse team. You got a powerhouse team, but then you need a powerhouse practice. You need to assimilate the kind of practice them that you need. And the best thing was boys. So at the time, I say, you know what, put them with the boys. Then Lichelle could have stayed with any boy. Well, that's one thing. I could say Lichelle locked down, just like how I know Lanis now. Even back, I saw Lanis could stay even to now, because Lanis plays man league and play with any of them guys, and could stay with any of the guys them and probably pick the packet too. So I say, you know what, you need to be against teams that people more athletic, and so said, put a boy. And I knew they weren't gonna be embarrassed, because they're gonna be attraction. And guess what? The boys are gonna get a rude awakening. And so said, Lichelle turned loose, and they were like, "What, this girl left taking bath," and the boys are fast, and and the guys them playing against them just as if they were guys too, So yeah,
No,
that was, and my silky smooth Langalo coming out there and doing a little jump shot, and everybody looking nice out there. So it showed that everybody starts saying, "Hey man, this girls team, Central girls team, is it?" And so that we kind of put them out there. Just that they ain't just playing against girls, but they could compete against boys too. So that was one of my mission in put them in and get the reps that they need.
Man, but we could do this for hours. We
sure can.
We're gonna take it to Tegan's favorite part of the show. This is how we to close out the show. We're gonna ask you to name your 5 favorite NBA players and your 5 favorite VI players of your top 5 favorite.
Male and female.
And yes, we're gonna do male and female. You ain't gotta do WNBA, but only if you want to. But you name the top 5 favorite female from the VI.
We gonna do WNBA too. We gotta show love to the female basketball players. That's definitely
so much with names, but guess what? With the NBA, don't matter which era, right?
No. These are your favorites.
Okay. Well, number 1, of course, if it's top 5, hey, I love Akeem Olajuwon. I thought he's like, I mean, they always talk with Kareem and so, but I think Hakeem Olajuwon was just something to behold. And in the time that he came out and you know the competitiveness that existed then, I like Dr. J, obviously, because Dr. J was the influence for all the VI players them. So Hakeem Olajuwon, Dr. J, I might miss out somebody. I like Dennis Johnson, who was in the first of the two-way players. Them, he was a big guard, but he played good defense, and he played with the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
And I kind of emulate from him too. Dennis Johnson, DJ, but he passed away unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let me see, and to wrap up the other two, I will have to put I guess Jordan, because of just how spectacular it was, and and I could do present day too. Man, I got to go with the Greek freak. I love the Greek freak. I love it because of the person and the type of person he is. Because the people don't know the story behind him and how he even get to Greece and the
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
true.
thing. That them people coming over and they boat them and how he and how articulate he is and just the way he upbringing and he's knocking on the door to be arguably the best player. Yeah, they could tell he can this or he can that, but definitely as a player and the way he stands for him. Now for the local for the VI team, I actually Coffee. I have to say Coffee Raja Bell, because you know what Raja stand for us and did for us actually. Coffee Raja, and I homegrown. I'm homegrown to the most. Coffee Raja Tegan. Coffee Raja Tegan. I'll throw in from my era, Holman Harley. Holman
Okay.
Harley. I don't know if I've ever have a chance of meeting him, like skin guard.
No, I
No.
definitely met him, but I never saw
Yeah.
him play.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's through him that I actually got. Well, I don't want to talk too long, but he got me to connect to get Alonzo Mourning them and Chris King. Remember, I did all of that, and that's how they got to see Timmy. And I arranged a high school. Start giving my Carl Zoro and all, guys who are, just players and play against Tyrone them and Timmy. And I remember Alonzo there, he's calling down John Thompson telling me, "What? There's a kid 6'9", got Timmy was 6'9" then, that nobody's that could play. There's kids that like a baby Jordan, because I've seen Zoro dunking up and he was so impressed with the local talent. So, I must gotta say Harley, thanks to Harley, but I did it, but he was my connect to getting them over, and we did a VI against NBA type of show like nobody has ever seen before. So I got to put Harley there, and I'm missing one, right? For low.
Yeah.
Damn, I kind of put me on the spot. Let me see. Um, for why you used to come up and grew up and watching, I'll have to go Wayne Dibango Harrison. You know who that be? You know who that be, Mumba?
The Bongo?
Yeah, that's right. If you look at Dibango, you hardly or see him playing back then. But
No,
he could
yeah.
tell you, and he know it, and when he'd laugh when you come to it and you try to bring it to modern day. That was James Harden. That same stocky built, but yet fluid and nimble. That was Bango. I mean, could have been much better, but in that time, we didn't have all of that recruiting and all that stuff. So we were more like you go to a small college and the chance of you going to one of these NBA camps and all that thing, you're not gonna get picked. It's all about politics that. But I think could have really played to that next level because of the big guard status. He was big. I mean, that same body and just could handle the ball, could shoot, had the range, had that kind of same kind of long range shot, and then of course would take it to the basket and muscle you in. So I must say that I might be missing out some, but that's my 5 for local. Yeah.
You got the
And then
females no ball.
girls.
For girls, for WNBA or local?
Go
Local.
either one first.
Oh, yeah, you can start with WNBA.
Oh, well, the WNBA is a real the first the how they say the founders when you guys Cynthia Cooper, that was for sure because that was Lichelle Idol, and because I like so I used to watch her. So Maya Moore and I think my favorite is from Yukon Diana Taurasi.
Karasi.
Tarasi,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Shoo.
I'm because from her or from Gino, like I told you, I'm a student at Gino. I learned one thing and it helped me be victorious in a game where when Joel basketball was the top of the line. I remember remember UConn back then wasn't the greatest in terms of name. You had like more like LSU and LSU and some other those big names were more into girl, were top names in girl basketball. And I remember he was making his mark with Diana Taurasi and I remember they were interviewing Pat Summit for Tennessee. They were like, "Oh, Pat got this much, this player, and just got this player, and you know, and you know, they were super player." And all Gino was, "Yeah, you done?" He said, "Well, guess what? Well, I got Taurasi, I got Diana, and that's it." And it's like he was saying to himself that I got the ace. The ace is mine. Once I got the ace, I could play around the ace. And speaking about ace, I must mention my girl Felicia James. Is Felicia put me on the map as far as coaching girls because that was my first prime time, and she played at Grambling, was an All American, and most athletic girls I had coached. So she was the first really that So but in the WNBA, I mean you got Terasi, Maya Moore, and Cynthia Cooper. I don't know about Lisa, not Lisa Leslie. Who else? Oh man, I forgetting the names off the top of my head, but I can only get them three for now. I then I'll mental block it. Yeah, sorry about that. I just sometimes too much
So
thing in my mind.
Help him out, Langalo. You gotta help out your coach. Just
what
some
about
names.
Parker from the
Candice Parker,
Sparks?
yeah.
Candice Parker.
Oh, yeah, yes, because Candice was revolutionary too. I like because I remember being in the when she was just coming out, was in the States then, and the fact that she was and she gonna do a lot more that put her to actually be she could actually be like a really point guard, point whatever forward or whatever. But she did her do and you know she was as good as anybody. There was no
Right.
talent better than Candice in the WNBA, that's for sure.
Right.
Nobody because Candice could have put a ball in the ground and she was a big girl. Candice do everything. Candice was dunking too. So you know what I mean? So you can't ask for nothing. So Candice and I'm missing one. I don't want to say Lisa Leslie, but
Tiga said Tina Thompson with them lips.
Tina Thompson. Yeah, that's the one that man. Yes, them lips could never. And I was thinking about myself. God, again, a mental block. I was like, you know what? I used to root against her, but when I see her, like, I was like, man, she just kills whoever she plays. She destroys in a lethargic way, and so I became a fan of her too, just because she was so prolific in destroying her opponents. So I must give her that. So yeah, that wrap it up. And locally, I have foremost Felicia James and the great Heidi Stephanie Stephanie Acoy Williams,
Mm.
Craig mother,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Mumbai, you say Craig mother. She as tall as you, right? Or almost as
Yeah,
about your
she
height, right?
tall. Yeah.
Right. Well, guess what? When we were in high school, I was ahead of a couple of years, but she was a point center, point guard, everything. Probably I remember she used to go St. Thomas and they were like, wow, going with that boy. Like we don't got to get tests or something because, she was so good. In the BD leagues back then, she was the first to dunk in the BD league and her being a girl. So there was no distinction with girl boy with Piety. I mean, she was as good. I will tell you this. Everybody rave on what's the name of her sister? He commentated for the NBA. That played with Indiana.
Reggie
Reggie
Miller,
Miller.
Yeah. His
Sherry
sister,
Miller,
Sherry Miller, right? And they had another two twins. They call them the McGee twins, right? They were like the top notch girl. Piety would have eat all of them up because Miller they had the dribbling skills like Piety, and Piety was a shooter too. Should have killed them. It's unfortunate that Piety did. I mean, well, it is what it is. People don't, you live life and whatever. But Piety was the best girl talent ever in the
Period.
VI. Period.
No. Period.
Period. Yeah,
Because
period. And you said period, right?
they
And you
have
know what? She
they
went
have
to Paradise
Cheryl.
Jam. Yeah, she went to Paradise Jam and she won, the half court shot into the game. Party, guess what? She make calls, and everybody was like, I said, listen, that won't by default. That's because that girl used to make half court shot. It was just something just unbelievable with her talent at that level. Over, like you said, period, boy or girl. The best talent that we had to represent, and that was Stephanie Acoy Williams. Yeah.
So that's three. You said that's two so far. Felicia, Piety.
Felicia, Felicia, Piety. You know what? Let me see. Hey, I can't leave my daughter out. You know, I'm gonna be biased here, man. I think Lanisa do a great job out there. And for what they are coming, she was on that winning team that beat Brazil. So I got her and Anisha, and of course my daughter Langalo. Them is and well, I got Lichelle too. So I got a guy with 6. So I'm gonna put one more. So Lichelle and Langalo, my daughter, Anisha George, and Piety and Felicia James. That's my local. I be biased with a couple, but they all award merit and they could have been at the best level, you know, the highest level. I don't care. I could put them against anybody. You know, Lanisa Siadu, Anisha, I mean, her accolades in recent times. She was leading the nation in sudden statistical rebounding and so forth. So it's not that I'm just throwing in names like that. These are proven statistical attributes that these players have had, and they're homegrown girls. Yeah.
Nice list,
So
Bow. Nice list.
I
Nice list.
listen to me. I gave him a little. I see him a little anecdote from Lichelle, and I just say about my daughter. Listen, I must say,
That was Lynn.
That was Lynn.
yeah, okay, because I know that group with Lichelle and Punk. I really and truly. I mean, it's because we did so much together and in the community too that you know they were like daughters to me, you know. And they even like I told you, I was in Harborview with Lamar and Lanice, you know, that kind of way. But you know, I didn't have, you know, their mom was studying in New York and so forth. So I'm there with them, so taking care of them and still got to coach. And you know, a couple of nights I call Amber, okay, Amber, you hold Lanice for me when she fall asleep, you know. And I coach, you know. Then if she get cranky, I got to hold and lift and coach down in Arthur Richards for Man League, and then come, you know, that was my life. That was the life, you know. That's what Lanice them grew up in, that kind of life, man. So them girls, like, they'll come over and help me clean and do stuff for me that, you know, I really cherish them, and I really have a heart for them girls that, you know, they come true for me, and I, you know, so I'll consider them. They know we all, you know, they're really all my daughters in a way, and their children is like my children because I have. All of them is like I'm the godfather for all of them. You got a child and you play for me, yeah. That you know, they know that it's like automatic.
Lynn, you still his daughter, Lynn. Don't feel bad.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, oh God, you see, but you know, they limit me with that number. But you know,
You could have put
talent.
You could have put Lynn over me. You could have
You
put
talking
Lynn
about
over
Lynn
me. Yeah.
Oh my God.
You could have put Lynn over me.
Oh God. They see, but Lynn, listen to me. As far as talent wise, for her side, she also, I mean, just, you know, different circumstances that you do and so forth. But if it comes to raw talent and for
Yeah.
sport, Lynn, I could put Lynn in the top 5 in terms of VI athletes for females that could have gone to the highest level. You know,
Yeah.
had they fall into the right situation. So I must say her too. I'm very competitive, very, very competitive. It's like, you know, she
Sure.
gonna talk the game too. You make a comment out there, she gonna, yeah, you okay, you'll see shot. And that's what I like with her. But yet, you know, and very good and a very smart girl. Very smart girl. So I won't keep in touch a lot with them like that, but I know they're good and I know the kind of quality they have as a person and how much I appreciate them.
Well said, Bow. So Bow, you have any you know, we coming to an end pretty soon, Bow. Do you have any shout outs, you know, any family members, you know, any former players, anybody you want to give? You
Hey,
know?
well, the shout out for sure is for my girls team, my players them for all the years them in Central, even the current ones them because they too they know that they know the kind of extra mile and the stuff that I do with them that I gonna find them, pick them up, carry them there. This, you know, but if they're hungry, they're gonna never be hungry around me. and it keeps me living in a way up. I have a purpose too, man. So it ain't like, people are saying, no, I've had flag, like, I devote too much time to them, but when you see them, like what you seeing them now, it's like, man, that was nothing. That was nothing. So I have a shout out to all my Caribbean girls, them who look after me and who still don't look after me. And when we see each other, it's like we just saw each other from just the day before. So I give that shout out to all my Central Caribs and all those who have excelled for the VI ranks.
Charmaine Greg, shout out to you, Charmaine Greg.
Oh,
Shout
you talk
out.
about you see Charmaine? That was Charmaine was like a little enforcer back then. But I ain't gonna tell you too much of her stories.
All right, so we will call you gangster Charmaine Greg.
Ah,
Now, much love, Charmaine. Much love.
yeah, much love though. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I had beautiful girls in persona and in personality. They all had their different ways, but that was, like I said, that psychological thing, the way I fuse them together. You don't think you don't think that girls gonna have fight and talk and all them heap of thing, and with girl and I had to be in the middle of all of that stuff. Yes, and so you have to handle things. You learn. You just learn by just where you at. You just have to go through it, and then you learn how to deal with some of these different characters that you have and some of the emotional state that they may have. And there were many, Langolo included, with different stuff with the religion. You had, oh my God, things with boyfriends. And the thing is, what would be so crazy is that I'd be the first to know. We all know who made Pang, yeah, man. And sorry, Pang, but so I could go on and I was like, okay, I have to
Oh my
cater to them.
God.
And hey, open mic, right? Open mic. So
Hey,
Mumba, he exactly. He can only put his hands up because he know what time it is. But it's all like that's how it goes.
Yeah. I know what it is. I know how it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. Because
oh man.
other than that, he just been running up and down and trying to chant and rap and what he and he doesn't do. But you get a little purpose in between all of that. There.
Yeah, Beanie Man.
You get a little
Beanie
lovey-dovey
Man.
thing. Yeah.
Oh man. Bo, you is something else,
Man,
son.
you got everybody lying. You got
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
cracking up, my son.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
well, Bo,
That's
this was awesome, man. This was awesome going back down memory lane, man. And
yeah, man.
yeah.
Anytime,
Hey.
anytime.
Well,
You know.
this is part of the reason why we love this show, because people who influential people in our life that could come on and share their stories. It's not only so we could hear your stories, it's also that we could give you your flowers while you're here. So I want to say first and foremost, Mr. Bo, to your face, thank you for everything that you did for me. You know what I'm saying?
Man, no problem. Yes.
From
You
picking me up, from dropping me home. Like you mentioned something about like, if a lot of us grew up poor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I needed a pair of sneakers, a knee brace or something, anything, you always will
Mhm.
jump to the forefront to help me out with whatever I need. With advice and anything. And
That was
I,
my mission. That's
I
my
really,
mission, and that still is. Go ahead.
I
Boba is
really appreciate you for everything. I can't thank you enough. I would never be where I'm at today if you didn't come play a role in my life.
Well, you see, just by that alone makes all that I do so much more, to me appealing. I know we have had ups and downs in everybody in our lives, but just by you saying that there, I know, and that was my thing. Second to none. I don't want you to feel because you can't go to or you don't have money to do this or can't do this or can't practice. No, I gonna come for you. Or no, you come on the trip. Because that remember we ain't giving nobody money when you come on a trip. You bring your own money.
Money, right?
Oftentimes you go on a trip. Your man bringing more money than me. But they had those that couldn't have anything, and guess what? I don't know. I gonna say, listen, I don't say it out because that's you don't want that out there like that. But I was like, yo, don't worry about your food. Don't worry about that. I gonna deal with that and even more. So that's just not to let people, because you have to have people on an even keel. And that make you have your self-worth and that kind of esteem with yourself, and that's all it is. Once you got esteem with yourself, the sky's the limit, and so that was it for you guys. I know that some of you guys ain't just basketball. You are gonna be into it, gonna be other things, and so be it. And here you are with y'all are professional in your own right, doing what you're doing, being productive and so forth. So that is appealing to me, and this that made my day. I mean, tremendously.
Glad to hear that. Go ahead, Langi.
Well, there's not enough tanks in the wall, Bo.
Oh God,
Uh,
I know, man.
Let me. Where my tissue at? Let me get my tissue.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah,
Let's get
yeah.
a vet me theory. Yeah,
Oh my
y'all,
God,
I
right
ain't
now.
getting
y'all
none.
don't know, what Dean, he would been to y'all.
Yeah,
Bo has been to me a much more. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was not only my coach, he was my mentor. He was there for me. Um, Even in college, Bo was by my side. After college, you know what I'm saying? Through everything that I've been going through, still going through. Bo has been there. He's a father. He is my father. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate Lanice and Lamar for sharing him with me, with us, with everybody, because that was a sacrifice they had to make. You know what I'm saying? Because ball was stretched everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had a hand in ball. And like, I don't understand. I don't even know how he did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was everything to us. You know what I'm saying? And there ain't enough tanks in the wall for everything you've done for me, and you still continuing to do for me. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna still help, your girls get to school,
yeah,
'cause we still have that pipeline going, you know
yeah.
what I'm saying? And I'm gonna do my part, you know what I'm saying? And like you said, like, second to none, you know what I'm saying? And success stories. Like, if you ain't had no other success stories,
Hmm.
I'm one.
Okay, and I know
Definitely.
that tremendous. You and there's they know what she's saying. We that's another day for her. But trust me, the way that the where she's been and where she at now to where she had come from. I mean, this is it's so amazing. But that's another day. We could touch on that. When I might come on and just But right now, I
What
feel so proud and appreciative. So thanks, Desmond.
what we gonna do for you, Bo? What we gonna do for you? We're gonna bring you on again, but we're gonna bring you on with a few of your former players.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So,
Wow.
like, not only Deslin could say the things that she said, like, we'll give some of them an opportunity to share their story and give us some stories about, interaction with you and playing for you. And yeah, because you definitely deserve more time, even though we going on 4 hours, you definitely
Yeah.
deserve more
Wow.
time.
I just
So
realized. Yeah.
we're gonna set that up. But Mumba, you could finish up with your last thoughts and close me out.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Pine. That was beautiful. Des, much love to you guys. I want to say this real quick before I get into ball. We had a chance to honor Genix, and I attended the funeral and stuff like that. And it was hard touching because a lot of family members that I didn't know kind of came up to me. It was like, oh, you use Mumba, the Elite Podcast with Tegan and Pang, and it was heartfelt. It was heart touching to hear them say, hey, thank you, and tell Tegan and tell Pang. I said thank you. It mean a lot to us for you guys to honor our grandfather, honor our uncle, honor our father. So it's important that we really, really honor these individuals that make an impact in so many people's lives. You know, um, a lot a lot of people joke about how long the episodes be and stuff like that, but when you attend a funeral, somebody that's impacted the island, and Bow has impacted the island, you know they don't have any more time left. So it's like, sometimes the episodes be long and stuff like that, but it's important that we give them the opportunity to tell their story, because they have made such a sacrifice in their life that sometimes they miss times out with their family and their kids and stuff like that. So it's very, very important. It goes way deeper than just sports. It goes way deeper because these individuals have family and stuff like that they really miss time. And that's one thing in life, you can't get time back. So I just wanted to mention that to everybody. Even the get all of the viewers, appreciate you guys always showing love. I appreciate how you guys supporting Bow. We had Bogus supporting Bogus, and we had Dr. Kelly supporting those guests that we had recently. So much love to all the guests. If you guys mentioned a lot of names that we should get on the podcast, make sure you guys contact them yourself, ask them if they're willing to come on the podcast, and then we could make it happen and stuff like that. Again, this podcast is for the people. It's not for me, it's for the individuals that make an impact. I've had my time, Pang has had his time, Tegan has had his time. It's just for the others that we wanted to show respect and love to them and give them a chance to tell the story. So I just wanted to get that out. It's very, very important, that we keep the sports legacy going. Bow mentioned earlier that he had a picture with his dad wearing a uniform. So it's just to show how far basketball goes. 100 years from now, if we don't build a legacy and create information for people, our legacy might be gone in the wind and nobody might know about us. So it's very important that we do that. Big up to Lorena with the with I'm going blank with the
Live sports,
live wire.
Yes.
Live wire, so big up to them. They do a lot of good things. So I want to give a shout out to them as well. Bow, much love to you. Like I said, we always been on the opposite side, but you always you always been an intense individual, and just hearing your story and the impact you had on so many individual, you set people up for success, in the long run, and when they go abroad in the different countries. Much love to you, Bo, that you've been an impact in the female part of basketball. A lot of females don't get a lot of love and appreciation, that and the respect that they should get. And you see like how the WNBA fought for what's right for them. Even you see it with the US soccer as far as the ladies. So you've been such a impact and a legend to so many young women and stuff, and to see a lot of your former players being up in the chat watching and supporting you, that's just to show how much you meant to them. So it was an honor getting to know you, Bow. I didn't really spend much time with you, but it was from a distance, man. But man, much love to you. And Tiga, Pang made an excellent point that we would love to have you back on the show with a lot of your former players if they're willing to come on. That would be good for them just to share stories and for them to show you love, not just myself, Pang and Tegan, and Langalo, but for them to show you love as a whole. It's definitely important, man. It's definitely important because you just never know, man. You just never know. So it's very important. Langalo, much love for you to come on. Appreciate you. You're more than welcome to come on anytime. Same with all the previous guests. So. You're a legend, ball man. Hopefully, you get the opportunity to be the head coach for the VI national team. And hopefully you could guide Tegan and guide some former players who wants to be coach into that realm, and then they take over if you left. Much love to your daughter. You talk about how she's doing a lot of good stuff. So much love to your whole family, and if they're watching, much love from myself and everybody else to them too as well. You know what I'm saying, Bo? So much love to you, brother.
Thanks.
Much love.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
No, Bo, take this banana and go sit down somewhere on the side, man.
Yeah, I really gonna eat something, but I think you got banana in it. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, because I didn't eat before the interview, and then in the 5-hour interview, yeah, I think I'm hungry now. Anyhow,
Bo, man, okay? We love you. Hey,
yeah, man, love you guys always.
Yeah, man, and thanks for taking the time out to sit with us, man.
Okay.
Enjoy your dinner.
Okay, yes, I will. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yes, I will.
All right.
Man, this was good, man. He both to go eat. One of the things then that we used to use both for when we done trip. Both to eat anything. So if we there in a foreign country and we need somebody to taste something, Bo gonna taste it. We used to call Bo the taster. Bo to eat anything. Don't care what they say it is, Bo gonna try it. They could come and say that, well, this is burnt snail or baked snail. Bo gonna taste it at least once. He might not like it, but he gonna try it. So we used to call Bo the taster. Anywhere we there, Bo gonna try something he never eat before.
The taster. I
The
could imagine the
taster.
things Bo eat and he don't know what he eat, brother. Just you said that.
No, man. But even if he know Mumbai, even if he know, he gonna still try. You could tell him what it is, and a lot of we gonna be like, nah, me eating that there. But we gonna try it. Bo to eat anything. But yeah, man, this was fun. Langi, man, thanks for coming on and chilling with us.
No
Um,
problem.
Tegan was texting me the whole time. Me sometimes Langi asked a question, Mister.
We have. Oh, go ahead, Lago.
No, I had a headache the whole time. So
Man, I had a headache too. To be honest with you, I had a crazy headache coming on this today. But once I relaxed a little bit and my mind kind of went off it, it just kept coming and going in waves.
Well, I still have mine. So
But still,
right.
man, you
I just wanted to be here with Bo. You know,
right.
but I asked a question on that. I just wanted to be here in the presence with Bo.
No, but he was definitely telling me to stop asking the questions and let Langi ask a question. Like we hagging the time with me. I hagging the time.
We got Coach Butte coming on Wednesday. Coach Butte, Richie, Clindell. If I pronounce the name wrong, I apologize. He had an impact on his life. So we got Coach Butte coming out Wednesday, 7 p.m. And then next Sunday, we have Coach Jareem Dowling coming up. And then the following, the next Wednesday after Coach Butte is blank right now. And then we got Tegan coming up, episode 41, 10:25. That's if Tegan back is good by then. You never know with that guy. So, then we still have
he need his back for that. He need his back for the interview.
I guess.
Tegan.
Hey, no, he can't. Langi, he can't sit up.
He need to lay down and do the interview then.
But then, where the camera gonna be?
To the side. They need to see Tegan face. He's the voice. The guy just hear his voice. They see the voice. They seen his face so many times.
Well, he was all in a he was all in a chat. He was one of the Facebook users that we couldn't see the name.
Yeah.
Who is volleyball?
I don't know. They said contact Melissa. Oh, I contact Melissa Simmons. Yeah, I've been in contact with Melissa Simmons. So you talk to her, let her know. Just let me know. We already talked, and it's up to her.
Volleyball, put your name in the chat. We don't know who you be.
We also have Karen Carty coming up. I definitely would like to have Langolo, Karen, and Dr. Kelly come on together.
That interview gonna be shot.
Still have to it's up to you guys if you guys want to come on. I see Janae Olia. We still gotta get Janae on as well. Janae scared. So Janae says she's behind the scenes person.
I feel her. I'll come on as host.
Dwayne, if you could contact Michael Fu, contact him and see if he is willing to do it. If they're willing to do it. Some guests don't want to do it, and I reach out to them and they never reply back to me. They don't even say return my calls. So I don't want to do that anymore. I think it's this. I'm gonna say right now, I think it's very disrespectful if I call a guest to ask them that we want to honor them, and they don't even say return my phone call and said nah, it's okay. They just ignore me. Even my own, even players that we went to school with don't even have said nah. So
they don't even respond to your text, nothing.
Respond to my text, respond to my message. So the people that see my message don't even say respond to me, and we supposed to be cool. It's crazy. It's disrespectful. I just don't, because all we were trying to do is just, and like I said, it's up to the person, but I think it's very disrespectful if you know the individual and they just don't tell you no. I'd rather you just tell me no than just ignore me.
Volleyball, I gonna just go to your page and look at your pictures. So you better delete all your pictures. I gonna find out.
No, Pan, don't say that, man. Pan, you don't do that.
You better change your name. You better change your name quick. Matter of fact, let me do it right now.
Right, you crazy. You crazy.
But he said he or she said they didn't want to say their name. Let me go. Volleyball.
Yeah, but
let me see who this be.
Yeah, man. So that's who the next guest we have coming up, and then I got myself coming up at episode 47. It might be sooner, probably too. you know. So
That gonna be a tough one. How kind of volleyball page coming up? Ain't point me to that person. You look.
oh, Mountain, I'm glad you said that. Carl and Caught. I was supposed to hit that man up and I haven't do it yet. I'm glad you mentioned that. And I got that man named right chat. I need to hit that man up. Yeah, Karen, big up to you. We can't wait. Definitely, we can't wait.
Karen, who's Karen? Her name sound familiar to.
Oh my gosh, you said you and she's close and your family know her family. Man, I'm gonna just put.
Oh,
I
oh,
just
Karen.
said name
Oh,
Karen
oh, oh,
Carty.
oh, oh. Oh, my bad, Karen. That's me. That's all me. That's all
Langolo,
me. I won't really pay attention.
have Pan been drinking or something? I ain't see a cup in the hand, but I don't know if you see that
That's
one.
that's my fault, Karen. That's my fault, cause don't trip. I won't really pay attention. I was trying to find volleyball.
Also, we got Jelani Richards coming on. We trying to get a date, with his schedule. Jelani volleyball.
That might
Yeah,
be volleyball. Jelani.
yeah, Jelani, yeah, volleyball.
I think that's Jelani.
Yeah. So, so we got some, good individuals coming up. So,
Man, this was
yeah,
good, man.
it was good. A
This
lot
was
of
real
jokes, a
good.
lot of jokes, a lot of jokes. So, you
We had
know,
185 comments. We had 13 shares, 37 likes, and hearts, and laughing out loud. So this was good.
it was good. So, Langalo,
Yeah.
you the first. No, you the second. Female guest host. Take us out, Langalo.
Who was the first female
Who
guest
was the
host?
first?
Mona Barnes.
Oh yeah, she did the Genix. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Langalo,
You
you could
got
take us out.
take us
Wait,
home, Langy.
and Langalo, you could come on anytime. If you want, anytime you want to come on, you could come on. It's up to you. I just give you the, just let you know. So
Well, I don't really have much to say because, like I said, I have a headache.
Langy,
okay.
My
Langy,
child
we
is lurking around here trying to get my attention. But this was, as always, Bomba. This platform you have, this is good. You know what I'm saying? Trying to bring forth, all the legends and stuff, people that, what I'm saying, we don't even know. It's good to hear their story, good to laugh about it, good to hear, everything that we don't even know about them come to the forefront and stuff. So we appreciate you, for this
Thank you.
podcast, you know what I'm saying, and Pang and Tigan, you know what I'm saying, for being hosts and stuff and bringing out, what I'm saying, the truth and of everybody that y'all brought on and stuff, and just keep it going, what I'm saying. I'm sure you go, even though people ain't responding to you, you're gonna get the host, I mean the guests that you need, what I'm saying. So just keep it going, and we appreciate the love and the fans that that tune in every week, what I'm saying, because like Mumba said, this is for y'all, what I'm saying, this is for us to keep that legacy going, what I'm saying. So um this was good.
Thank you, Langalo. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Lynn Jabari Brown text Tegan. That's what Tegan says. So Lynn, if you know Jabari, you contact him and let us know. I appreciate you, Des. I really appreciate you, Langalo. Much love to you.
Not about,
So,
but I about to tune out because my son is over there trying to get my attention and
yeah.
need to take care of his headache. But
Much love to your family too. We appreciate your family letting us have you for this amount of time. So
they've been over there looking like
yeah,
like
yeah. So thank you
wait
to the fam.
before
Thank you.
before before you go, Langy. Your husband win some type of like he get inducted to something. I saw you post something about your husband. What?
if I had a husband, maybe.
Well, your BD.
No, he didn't get inducted. It was no, it was just coaches day, the national coaches day. That
Oh, okay.
yeah, he didn't get inducted or
Oh well,
anything.
well still congratulations to him though.
Yeah, he trying to make the best of the situation now that he have, with a situation with COVID and trying to get a team. Well, trying to see if they're gonna have a schedule um fill. So that's what they're waiting on, working on right now. So we'll see.
You ever ask your husband if he remember when I school you?
Like I said, if I had a husband, I would have. But I will ask my son father if you remember you schooling him up.
Yeah, I asked if he remember me schooling you.
He's so stupid.
This guy crazy.
He always trying to bring EWC back in the forefront.
Hey, EDUB is the baddest NAIA school in the
Betu
history of
Cookman,
NAIA.
much love. Much love to Betu Cookman. Wildcats, you know how it is. Much love to all my Betu Cookman Wildcats alumni. Just want to set up out.
Everybody giving shout out, big up to Voorhees College.
Yeah,
Buffalo.
Voorhees was a big school too. I like visiting Voorhees because it just meant a W when we came in town. So I always like Voorhees.
For who, the men?
For the men's, yeah.
Okay.
Our girls team were good too.
Yeah, they were alright.
All right, we go wrap this up. We wrapping this up because we gonna stay on with this Edward Waters and Voorhees and that kind of stuff. And they just, I don't know what to say about that them schools. But
Team
everybody
gang,
that tuned in, much love to you
Yeah,
guys.
yo.
Appreciate you guys
Yeah.
tuning in. Much love.
hurry up and get your back right. Get back on the show. I don't tell you what to do, and you're gonna be all right. You just gotta listen to me. I got all the remedy them. I ain't gonna say it on the podcast. It may be a little too vulgar for people, but just let Leah do what I tell you to let Leah do, and you're gonna be all right. To everybody, all the fans, thank you for staying on with us. Again, there's no us without you. You know what I mean? You make the show, and we appreciate every weekend, every Wednesday. You come and spend all your time with us, and it's always a lot of fun. But good night.
We ended right there.
Let me go and finish watching the Lakers.